2025. We have some general business to do first. We have a public hearing at 6:30. That's on the 242 East Main Street project. So we'll get going first with the general business items. So the first item is to approve the minutes of the November 12th meeting, which was our last meeting. I think, Lee, you sent in comments. I don't
Yeah, I
know.
have a couple of
Cindy?
comments.
Okay. Did you?
Want me to go over it? So, let's see, we're on page 8. It's the Baxter application. Yeah, the Baxter. Items of discussion. Like to, if we should amend the first bullet point to read, grease trap may not be possible to install for wet uses due to reported location of sewer line in the sidewalk directly in front of the proposed project.
Okay.
Okay.
And so it's a little different, Cindy, what I wrote, because I did it fast. Did you get that, or you want me to repeat it? Sure. I know. Yes, top of 8. First bullet point. Grease trap may not be possible to install for wet uses due to reported location of sewer line in the sidewalk directly in front of the proposed project. And then I have one more. And then same page 8.
It doesn't work.
Oh, it's not working?
This one doesn't work.
I think you're working.
I'm working? Okay, good. I can't hear it. Under my initial LR, that begins apartment dwellers, I propose changing it to new apartment dwellers in the C2 district are intended to support new and existing retail. And I would cross out changes the case, and as a village, an update can be made to the comp plan. I don't think that makes any sense. And then per code, at least 70% of the first floor must be retail. Want me to go through that once more? Okay. All right.
And then my only comments to that whole discussion was, I don't know if we should use the word retail as opposed to commercial use. Just to really drive it home, it doesn't have to be retail.
Yeah, true.
It could be any of the accepted uses,
Okay.
conditional uses. That's
good with
just,
that.
Yeah.
Right.
Right.
And I guess so that's there are 2 places in that
where,
comment where so retail would be changed to commercial in 2 spots. Okay.
Any other comments on that? Okay, can I get a motion to approve the minutes as amended tonight?
I'll motion.
Second?
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Okay. Our next planning board meeting is January 8th, 2026. Next, we have staff updates. Is that? You want to grab a mic? That works.
I know it's. Oh, you got it. Okay.
Are part of your updates the revision to the fees?
No, that is actually well.
So I want to, that we definitely, I think, want to hear about.
Yeah, yeah. When I guess when Josephine comes back, we'll obviously go on the revision of the fees. No, I mean, I staff wise, I mean, we're still ongoing. The only thing I'll say is that following the last meeting, that we're kind of working with council regarding those conditional use standards in the C2 district to kind of get an opinion on it about the appropriate way for planning board to proceed with that kind of the debate back and forth and what was going on. So I'm still kind of in the, we're meeting with I'm supposed to be meeting with Jim again later this week and next week to talk a little bit about it, and then we're hoping to have an opinion back to you all about regarding the next steps regarding that. So,
So I'm sorry, I'm stealing your mic.
Yeah.
So I was actually going to propose to the board, and I was wishing Jim would be here. I feel like if the intent of the village as a whole is that retail should be, or excuse me, commercial use should be 70% of the first floor on Main Street in C2 and additionally in C1, I was looking at our code and I feel like as a board, I feel like we should recommend to the trustees of the village that if that's the intent, that the code needs to be amended to actually very specifically under every single conditional use, either list that it must be X amount of space, or there is a bullet point that talks about
multiple dwelling or
mixed use.
Oh, mixed use,
And
yes.
under the mixed use, it needs to be delineated very specifically within that bullet point, if that's the intent. Because the code is a little vague. And we're interpreting it based on the comp plan, and perhaps it just needs to be,
Quantified.
the village should amend the code.
Also, are we talking about just the part that addresses the buildings that face Main Street and North Country Road?
Yeah.
Because that overlay is just throwing a little dirt onto the whole thing.
Yeah, my understanding of the code was we're only talking about facing Main Street. You can have other uses on the first floor if you're not facing Main Street. But again, I feel like we need to revise the code. And my understanding is that even though we have applications before us, the code can be changed at any point in time, and they're still required to follow it.
Yeah, as long as it
long as they
doesn't
don't have a-
preclude a current application. Like it's,
So
like
a
you-
current application before us could fall under a new, if they voted the code. That's
depends
my,
on how far. So that's been, it's iffy. So like if it's
Okay.
a brand, it's iffy. Usually ends up going towards the benefit to the applicant. If they have an ongoing application, the new code wouldn't directly apply to them. If there's times in the past giving on how, say it's early on or something's going on, they could, but in most circumstances,
to me, in
it's-
this circumstance, we've been very clear from the very beginning, even
Yeah.
when it was a pre-submission, that this is the intent of the code. This is how we've always read the intent of the code. All we're doing is actually getting it in writing. So to me, that's why I also didn't want to make the referrals last time, because now I feel like we've given validity to we've moved the applications along. Anyway, that's my 2 cents. Take it.
Just the only thing I would say in a lot of cases with documents like that, like a waterfront revitalization plans, things like that, they're kept, I don't want to say, they're not super tight on regulations because they want a little wiggle room if they have to. So if we don't get 30%, but we get 25% or 35%, I think I think drawing a line at 30 might be biting our nose to spite our face.
Well, but so the way I wanted it to be would be like, yes, let's have something very, very pretty delineated in the code, and that if they want to do something different, they can go and
for
get a
variance.
variance. That's, I don't know, but my 2 cents. I know maybe
if we're just making a code consistent with the comp plan, that's fine. The intent of the comp plan, because the comp plan isn't that well-defined.
I think you can always submit a letter to recommend something to a board. I mean, like, if that's a recommendation, the board feels, hey, we want to make a recommendation to the board of trustees regarding this code change or potential changes, that the planning board could certainly do that. At any point, you may want to deliberate that at future meeting dates, or
I'd rather do it as soon as possible.
Yeah.
Just because we do have, especially if they're on for the next meeting.
yeah, I'm trying to think. We probably could do it at the end today. We could do the public hearing at 6:30, but if the board feels to add that on at the end.
do it.
Okay. All right. You're welcome. No, it's okay. No, I mean that's really all the update was, and then I guess at the end too we'll discuss the fees, so we can come up and describe what's going on. Thank you guys.
Okay. Who's? We gonna discuss the fees now? Is that,
No, he said that we're gonna do the public hearing and then at the end of the meeting.
Yes. Sorry. I
at
should
the, fees at the end? We'll
yeah,
talk about
if that's okay.
Yeah,
Just 'cause the
yeah, yeah.
public
Well,
hearing, I figured.
it's almost time to get up there and do the
Yeah.
public
I
hearing,
also
so.
wanna talk about the overlay on the C2, and how, some of it affects.
You ready? Okay. And it's 6:30. Ready? Okay, this is a public hearing for, that's 242 East Main, correct? Yes. Okay. Cindy, would you like to read in the heading on the staff report, I guess?
Two 42 East Main Street, Site Development Plan Conditional Use Permit, application number PB 0754-25. Location is the north side of East Main Street with frontage on East Main Street to the south and the Traders Cove Municipal Lot to the north. Suffolk County Tax Map number is Section 12, Block 3, Lot 8. Zoning is C1 Commercial District. Applicant is Amanda Danielson, care of AKD Holdings LLC. Property owner is 242 East Main Street LLC. Contact is Tyler Fox, AIA-NC-ARB. Description: proposed restaurant bar, and the action is a public hearing. A site development plan and conditional use application has been made proposing to convert an existing 1,998 square foot restaurant space formerly occupied by Revival by Toast Coffee House into a new restaurant referred to as the Boutique at Hopton, with approximately 630 square feet of kitchen space and 1,286 square feet of dining and bar area to support a total of 65 seats. The proposed work primarily consists of minor interior alterations, including expansion of the existing kitchen area, renovation of the bar, and replacement or refinishing of interior doors, flooring, and wall finishes.
Okay, before we get started, can we get a mic at the podium? And before we get going, I'd just like to say that since this is a public hearing, we usually have the applicant present the project. Staff usually weighs in on any comments that they have. And then we have a question and answer with the applicant and the board. And following that, we invite anyone who would like to make a public comment to come up. We'll recognize you by hand, and you can come up, state your name and address, and get sworn in by the stenographer. So that being said, I guess we can get going. Do we have plans to put up there, or can we do that? Okay.
I do. Tyler Fox. I am an architect at JM2 Architecture.
Good evening.
All right. Good evening, members of the board. Appreciate the opportunity to speak. At the work session, you became a little more familiar of our application. We're here at 242 East Main Street, which is the prior Toast Revival Coffee House, proposing about 2,000 square feet of interior alterations, keeping the kitchen footprint the same as where it was prior, keeping the number of seats at 65, in which it was approved prior. Really modifications to the existing bar top, the configuration of the seating, finishes, bathrooms are remaining in their same locations as well. Amanda here is the client and the owner, and she can speak a little bit more on the operations, but simply it's a restaurant and bar concept. She can speak a little bit more on the concept, craft beer, tapas, small plates, bringing kind of a new twist to pairing the cuisine with the cocktails and so on, and we believe it would be a great addition to this area of the community and to Port Jeff as a whole. So if Amanda would like to speak a little bit more on the concept for the record.
Yes, I do. Danielson. Hi, my name is Amanda. Thank you for having us here. So the boutique at Hoptron, like Tyler was saying, is an idea that we wanted to do kind of craft concept, cocktails, beer that pairs with food, as I said before, for the planning that we had in November, sort of a choose your own adventure when it comes to different sort of flavor profiles. We are not going to be open late, no loud music, no, we're not a sports bar, kind of a little bit more upscale in our concept. Like I said, I think the first time I live in Miller Place my whole life. I've been coming to Port Jeff forever. It's just my home, and so just excited to hopefully start a business here.
Okay. Now, just before we go to staff, you mentioned that you had a similar operation in
Yep.
Patchogue, but you sold it, right?
Correct. Yes,
Yep.
2019 we sold it, which ended up being good because obviously then 2020 came around and that would have been rough. We probably would have been in a completely different space. So yeah, it was called Hoptron Boutique in Patchogue from 2012 to 2019. Sold for personal reasons. But it's, it's like the mafia. You get out, that just brings you back in. You can't stay away from this kind of thing. So yeah, I just thought also that it would be, I loved Patchogue. I'm glad they adopted me, but this is my home. So, hoping to do something like that here.
Okay.
I had a quick question. So again, we keep talking about bar, but I really felt like when we met with you for the the submission that it really isn't going to operate like a bar.
Right. Yeah.
Um,
It's a hard thing, to kind of describe it with words that exist. So,
Right.
Like I said, keep saying bar, but
Right.
like it's not, there's not going to be shots. It's not going to be that kind of like establishment. And, I'm not saying anything against, like I go to Billy's and, like those places are great. But it's sort of a different concept than that. Everything is about sort of like tasting menus, different flavor profiles, and just kind of like a way to, have a lot of people who have disparate sort of, what they want to experience. You can get everyone sort of into a little bit more of an adult kind of situation, have everyone enjoy themselves, and then go to pasta, for dinner or things like that. So that's sort of where we're coming from. So, we'll have a few seats at the bar, but the bar is not really, like there won't be a TV. The only TV will actually have a drink menu. So you won't really be interacting that. You'll, get your food, sit at, a location with your friends, and just sort of have a good time that way. So
So do you anticipate people coming in just for a drink?
I mean, So we focused the first go around on craft beer that you couldn't really access in other places. That would still be, even though craft beer isn't as unfortunately Port Jeff Brewery is showing, you can't really exist just on craft beer alone. But I do hope that some people will come down, and try something that they haven't. But the anticipation is you will most likely come down with people and then get the flights of food when you're also enjoying a drink. So it's not just a drinking establishment. I definitely want the food to be sort of the focus of it and the drinks to sort of accompany that.
And you will serve food.
Yep.
The entire time that you're
Yes.
open.
Yes.
Is okay.
Yeah. And we'll have mocktails too. I mean, it's not just, especially nowadays with different, drinking patterns, especially with younger people. But yeah, it's not going to be, like I said, and it's not anything against like places that have shots or, pictures of drinks or anything. That's just not the way that we went and the way that we would go.
I have a question.
Yeah.
Do you plan to offer live music?
We don't plan to offer live music. We'll have, obviously we'll have speakers set up just to do, music of, 90s or 80s or, but we don't plan on having live music.
Okay, other questions? No? Okay, staff want to weigh in on comments or anything to add?
Oh. Yes. Do you want me to swear in or? No? Okay. Used to that. Yeah, okay. Yeah, so the only thing we really have as a major comment, and we brought up a little bit last time, had to do with the parking allocations. So last time we talked about the parking requirement for restaurants, which I meant to have a physical copy, but I won't have to read from my phone. But it includes a calculation including the square footage of the bar. I'm sorry, square footage of the restaurant, the number of seats within the actual being used at the restaurant, and the linear square footage of the bar. I believe it's 1 seat per, I have it in front of me, for every 2 linear feet, there's an additional.
But I thought that what we talked about was because it's not a bar. I don't know that again, this is my 2 cents. I don't know that we need to hold them to a parking space for every linear foot of bar space
But-
because it's not operating as a bar.
Yes, but if you have a restaurant and the restaurant has a bar,
That's
does that apply to the restaurant?
well, that's exactly. This is the parking requirements for a restaurant standard, and if this is a
But
strict interpretation
let's-
as the code reads.
Yeah, let's say they didn't let's say it wasn't configured as a bar and those were just seats.
Yeah.
They would just be seats. We would calculate it differently.
Yes.
Yes.
So,
So
what I
guess
would
what I'm saying is we should not calculate those seats. We should just calculate it per seat, not consider it as a bar. Because if anyone else came in, it's another conditional use, and if somebody did turn it into a bar, they'd have to come back.
But this
okay,
is what I'm asking.
I apologize. I have the parking in front of me. There, it's
Okay.
not the seating. It's purely the square footage, 100 square feet. It's 1 space per 100 square feet. Plus, where there's a bar, it's 1 space per 2 linear feet of the bar. So it's purely the square footage of the restaurant and the square footage of the bar if the bar is located in the restaurant. But what I was going to say is that, so we talked about the prior approvals for this project. Based on the record set that we have available, the only one that ever got formal planning board approval was the original Toast Coffee House.
Mhm.
And that had 54 spaces approved, not 65. The proposal now is technically an increase, right, in the number of seats, though the square footage of the restaurant and the square footage of the bar remain unchanged. In the past, where there's been, say it was a conditional use to a conditional use, where there's no increase in parking requirements, the board has in cases grandfathered in the parking allocation, didn't require pileup or variances. The question is whether or not the number of seats and the intensification of the use technically if it can still be grandfathered in, or because there's more seats, the board would have to require a pileup or variances, which they could support.
I mean, I think you understand where I'm leaning.
I do.
think
No, I
everyone-
do. I just wanted to clarify it because I
Yeah.
know it was a little gray area. It's just that's a strict interpretation of the code. We had to go back and find the precedent. I do know though. We talked
We-
about we looked into the record for other restaurants throughout the
Prohibition
C1,
Kitchen,
and they were held to the
no.
no.
And we were burned by that one, but they were not held to, they were not required to provide seating for 2 linear feet of the bar. We looked at it as they were only going to be serving food at those seats. And so, I mean, we have done it in the past. And I actually feel like this application, they're being very honest about exactly what they're doing. They're showing us exactly what they're doing. And since they're going to be serving food the entire time, it's not in my opinion, it's not a bar. And I don't
but-
want to hold them to,
What I'm
a
having
higher
a hard
standard.
time grasping is if you have a restaurant that has a bar, when you do the seating calculations or the parking calculations, are they counting the bar within the restaurant as you have to have so many spaces for the lineal amount? They do, okay.
Yes.
So here's my other question. Is that bar pre-existing?
So it was approved as part of Toast Coffee House, the original.
Okay,
It was never approved
so-
as part of Revival because they just kind of there was no formal site plan for Revival, but as part of the original Toast Coffee House, it was approved.
So when Toast first went in and they were talking about parking spaces, that bar was taken into calculations.
Yes,
Okay,
and they were.
so we're good.
I just wanted to clarify the code. That's you know, but look, I don't think staff is opposed to allowing that. I just wanted to make it clear for the board that is just how the code reads strictly. You know, that's how the code is read.
We appreciate
Yeah,
that.
and then what
So-
pileup is. I mean, obviously, right? The only alternative in the code is technically pileup, or you know, variances have been allowed in the past. I guess there have been restaurants then, because there was it Billy's it was enforced for. We had Cindy and I went through the record, and there was a couple restaurants where it was enforced.
I mean, technically
I'm not-
Billy's is a restaurant, but it's also a bar.
Sure.
I mean,
Yeah,
I
no,
think
I
there's
know.
a
I'm just-
distinction to be made, and maybe I'm belaboring the point, and I'm fine with that.
No,
Whatever.
if that bar existed when Toast went in,
Mhm.
then I think it will just bring it forward. It's grandfathered as far as I am concerned. That whatever parking they provide, or whatever parking Toast provided, we're good here. Does that make sense?
Yeah.
We just bring it forward.
I have a question. Based on the space plan on the screen, how many seats? Forget the linear computation on the bar. How many seats are proposed?
Yeah,
If we don't do linear, how many seats?
65 is what it says, but
65.
less.
Oh, so why is that? Why do we have a discrepancy there?
Our count of 65 seats was the prior approved Suffolk County number of seats.
see.
So in terms of what we applied for on this plan, also for all the every approval we needed with our food control and their county, we've used the number 65 because that's what we saw as previously approved under the county documents. So that's
Would
clarification.
you be comfortable scaling it back to 54?
we absolutely would. And I think it shows that here, graphically, we show somewhere in the realm of 40 seats.
Right.
So if we scale that back to 54, which is what the village had previously approved, I think our client would be perfectly okay with doing that.
There we go.
Okay. Yeah, all right.
That's all we have.
That was the one major comment you had, right? Or the,
Yeah, because
Your
everything else
question.
about the conditional use standards, I think we indicated in the last report that they pretty much comply with the other remainder of the conditional use standards. We mentioned SECRA was a type 2 action. There was no further review required. So that was, SECRA. We indicated it was a type 2 action under SECRA. Habit. Yeah, that was our major comments. So
okay. So in terms of the way it operates, it's very similar to Revival by Toast, no? Light food and drinks? Okay.
In a way, and you know, it's funny because I loved Revival. And you know, reading the description of Revival, I was like, oh my God, like that's sort of exactly, you know, like aesthetically it's going to be different, but like in the sense of tapas and, you know, like cocktails and higher end, it fits in exactly with what they were doing before. And so
Okay.
that's why we didn't really even change the footprint of it. It's just pretty much the, you know, the outfit.
Gotcha. Okay, thank you. All right, any other questions, comments? Questions, comment? Would anyone from the public like to come up and make a comment, question? I see a half a hand down there. You're gonna have to state your name, get sworn in, and
Hello, my name is Arthur Epp. I currently, on this day, reside at 206 East Main Street, which is, I do.
right. And Arthur, if you could address your comments to the board.
Okay. At this very moment, I reside approximately 100 yards from the premises that this new venture would like to conduct business. Previously, I owned the building. We sold it in December of 2018. So I'm intimately familiar with the building as well as the local neighborhood. I also previously, for several years, was on the parking committee. And putting two and two together, knowing all that I know about parking and the requirements, plus this building itself, I wholeheartedly agree with Ms. Zimmerman and Ms. Sabatini that there should be no requirement for any pileup or what have you. It was 65 seats under toast. And I was in the premises yesterday talking to an eminently affable man named Ed, who's working on the build out. And he told me the business plan, and I have a very good feel for this, and I think they're going to contribute to this community. So rather quickly, I just want to say what boxes I can check as I approve this business. First, I'm intimately familiar with the neighborhood and the building. And second, I served for several years, 7 years plus, on our business improvement district as a director. So I'm acquainted with the local business atmosphere. Plus, my brother and I have done quite a bit of research into local restaurants. I think over the last decade, we've dined 300 to 400 times at Pasta, well over 100 times at Zepita, 100 times when Toast was there, dozens of times at Billy's, Ruvo's, and Fifth Season. So I'm acquainted with the competition and their local branding. And from what I understand, what I was told by Ed yesterday, this restaurant has its own character, its own brand, and it will fit in perfectly. But the last box that I can check, which I think is kind of unique, which is the most important box, and I might be the best person in the community to testify to this, is I have a unique perspective on the enjoyment and consumption of alcohol. First of all, up until a few years ago, I actively collected Cabernet Sauvignon, both New World and Old World, as well as Mosel Riesling. So I know how a great wine paired with great food can elevate the experience. And going back, way back to the 20th century, on the other side of the coin, I earned a certificate in alcoholism counseling from a Long Island college, and I volunteered as an alcoholism counselor. I've seen the other side of the coin when alcohol is misused, what can happen to an individual and their families. I understand that the primary purpose for the building code is to protect and promote the health, welfare, and safety of the community. So from my perspective, what I know about the community, what I know about alcohol, what I know about the business culture, I fully endorse this business, and I hope you do as well and approve this permit. Because as I like to say, I used to pigeonhole the clientele of Toast as Stony Brook University hipsters and their professors. I realize it was a little bit more heterogeneous than that, but that clientele respected this village and came here and behaved with dignity. And they added something of vibrancy to East Main Street. From what I've heard, I wholeheartedly believe this new business will do the same, and we should support them in every way possible.
Okay.
Thank you.
All right. Thank you. All right. Anyone else in the audience like to come up and make a comment? Okay. That being said, can I get a motion to close the public hearing? And just before we take the motion, as we do at all public hearings, we keep the record open for a minimum of 2 weeks where people can either drop off comments or mail in comments here at Village Hall to the planning department, in case they weren't able to attend the hearing tonight, or if they're actually watching online and feel like they need to make comments. So, that being said, can I get a motion to close the hearing?
All motion.
Second?
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Okay, hearing's closed.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
So I'm gonna leave this one here.
Yeah, I'm
Because
just
it
gonna
doesn't
leave
work.
this here. Somebody needs it, they can just grab it. Oh, I guess we need it.
Yeah, we'll need it.
Oh, we'll need the applicant or whoever comes up, that'll come over here. Yeah,
Yeah.
yeah.
Oh, same to you.
Thank you.
See you next year. Yes.
Yeah.
Okay, next item is the first item in our work session is a resolution for John T. Mather Memorial Hospital courtyard renovation. Dan, come on up.
All right. So right before, so this is just kind of a follow-up to the last meeting. So you guys moved to approve the application from Mather the last meeting for the courtyard renovation. So basically what we've done is we've gone through, we summarized the findings of the board, including secra, including the items that were originally outstanding, they were addressed. The biggest thing for this is that in terms of their submission and kind of some of the requirements going forward, technically there's a section of code 250-52C6 where they're required to submit a performance bond as either as a condition usually for the building permit or for final planning board final approval. So they did submit a construction cost estimate, which we're working on printing out, but we do have it up back there, which includes a breakdown of all the different on-site and off-site work. What's it called? So we'll try to get. I don't know if we're able to get copies. We'll try to get copies. But I don't know if that's something the board wants to discuss tonight, but we do have the information available.
I have a question.
Yeah.
How far along are they with the construction?
So some work has been allowed to commence. That was not well. Some of it already was going on. So by the time we saw it originally in July, it was about halfway there. I know drainage was primarily in place. They had some of the half of the hardscaping there. Landscaping wasn't implemented yet, and there was still a couple of it was about half finished. I know since that point, what do we?
We allowed them to pour the walkways because of the weather,
Right.
and that was it. Then they later came and asked if they could do the irrigation.
I'm sorry.
Because they did the plantings, we told them no.
Yes.
So, we haven't been able to check since then.
All right.
It's hard to get in there, but.
Yeah.
Okay.
Okay, so
And
they
ha-
poured the concrete
They poured the
walkways?
walkways.
Yeah.
Okay.
And have you discussed this bond amount with them, with the
Yeah.
applicant?
Yeah, so we've gone back. I know we've gone back and forth a couple times because it was very short at first. We asked for more detailed on it. I think we generally found it pretty acceptable for the total amount they provided. Which that's what the resolution does highlight in there, but it does indicate that amount just in advance in case. But we can always amend that.
Yeah, I think, they've got the amount in here of demolition, which is already done, correct?
Yes.
Yeah, so I mean,
Demo- yeah, it's a
there's
whole
a
new-
factor of safety in there. If the work ever had to be finished by someone else, which is doubtful because of the location and the fact that they're not a fly-by-night
Yes.
Yeah.
business, they're definitely going to finish because they want it to look nice. It's for staff to I guess, meditate or take a break and come outside and sit and relax for a while after the pressure of the work. I think, there isn't a price for each of these items, but you have a lump sum and you have everything listed. So, my feeling is that it's more than adequate, the amount for the bond. I think it came out to $1 million.
Yeah, 1.19 million. Yeah, 1.19.
And you said they looked at this, and they are okay doing that, even though they've already done some of the work?
I believe so. I mean, I don't know if we verified with.
Were they amenable to this number, or are they asking us to change it?
That's the number they provided us.
Yeah.
That's their cost.
Okay. I mean,
Yeah.
there's no fee for them to have flouted their responsibility, so,
Working on that.
know.
We're working on that.
I don't know if this is the right place to bring it up, but every time anybody plants something, we give them 3 years.
Yeah, it should be in here.
Yeah.
And a lot of the plants they put on Beltier Road
Already dead?
are already dead.
Well, I
and
guess that's a building and
I
planning.
don't know.
It is. So it's condition 12.
I guess what Barbara is saying is that in the previous site plan, we gave them those 3 years and they're already dead. So,
Yeah.
There's no follow-up enforcement, is what you're saying.
As far as I know, there is no follow-up enforcement. And I had talked to a woman that owns a nursery, and I said, I didn't know if they were dead because the irrigation wasn't put in correctly, or if there's a fungus. And she said there's a fungus going around. So now it kind of looks like the fungus has gone through. At what point and who addresses to Mather, hey, you have to replace these. And then we're looking at this now. So
Okay.
how do they fit in?
We could come up with schedule follow-up inspections
Mhm.
in our building permitting software to alert us that an inspection needs to be done maybe yearly or less if the planning board agrees to go check it out, make sure the plants are still viable, and if they're not, talk to them about a replanting plan.
Because I would think that they would want to take care of this because it's the entrance to their emergency department.
Agreed.
Yeah.
Agreed.
I-
I can look into that.
Thank you.
I have an idea. I mean, this is one tax lot, isn't it?
Now it is.
Yeah, they merged it.
was
So why,
3.4.
I mean, couldn't we put a condition in this, are we beyond that? We have a resolution to pass.
This is only a draft. So you guys
Right,
approved the
we could
project
put
without a
Couldn't
resolution.
we put a condition in that those plantings on Belterre Road get taken care of?
I don't know.
It's one tax lot.
Yeah. but it's not associated with this work. I don't know. It's kind of a,
It's only not associated with this work because they didn't come before us with one unified plan.
yeah, well, that's
So
Feels
I'm
like
not
we already
opposed to, I'm
ongoing.
not opposed to,
just, I have a message
hopefully-
for everybody talking to the mic, please, for the
Yeah.
TV.
Sorry.
you know, I'm not opposed to adding a condition because it is one tax lot. We're only seeing it in pieces because they're choosing to show us in pieces. So it might be
A good time to put it in?
or for council to weigh in. I saw you walk in, I'm like,
Hi, Jim. Wanna-
You gotta grab a mic.
way. Yeah, sorry.
That's all right. That's all right. So this is the Mather Court, I don't know if how much you heard, but this is the Mather Courtyard, and there's some plants that are dying on the previous work that was done along Belterre Road. So we have that 3-year maintenance clause for landscaping. So the thought that Lee had was to add this in as a condition to, even though it's not connected with the courtyard, it's still the whole tax lot.
The interior courtyard.
Yeah,
Okay.
yeah.
Place those dead plantings on Belterre Road. Tax lot.
Yeah, I mean, they probably don't have any, they probably wouldn't have any objection to that.
That's the other thing. We could just.
Is anybody from Mount?
Yeah, come on up.
The other thing is we can enforce the old resolution.
Should bring
Can
it.
we enforce the old resolution in this case?
But doesn't that like, isn't that
Yeah,
almost,
it's,
but then we're putting the burden on enforcement. So enforcement has to go, issue a, you know, ticket, I assume.
I would, I think, I don't think there'd be an issue. I mean, I'm sure that they will agree. It won't even be an issue of enforcement. I think they would absolutely agree to do something
Well-
reasonable like this that we ask them to do there. Yeah, I
So
don't
do we
think there's
go
gonna be-
enforcement route or can we just add it to?
Yeah, well, I can reach out to Anthony tomorrow morning. He's the land use attorney and say, hey, listen, would you agree to, as part of this, do the plantings? And I'm sure they'll accept it. We can-
Okay.
yeah.
But I think we want to try to do this tonight.
yeah.
Well,
We
yeah,
wanna-
well, we can do that, and I'll just tell them that we did this. Yeah, no problem. That won't be a problem.
Okay.
It's not gonna be a problem whatsoever.
Okay.
Just so everybody's aware, though, the likelihood is nothing will be replanted until the spring.
Till the spring.
Well,
Yeah.
No, they've been very appreciative. We've been working, Dan, everybody's been working very closely with them. They're very appreciative of
You
it.
could give them time to do it. You could-
Sure.
Yeah.
It's done within the next 6 months.
6 months, yeah.
Okay, so we add that 13 is be a good
Yeah.
place to put it, or,
So do you mind reading it, how it sorry to put you on the spot there.
Hold on.
I know, sorry.
No, it's okay. I'm just move away.
Do it anyway. Yeah, sure. No, absolutely.
Well, this is a typical one, right? For 12, it's like all proposed planting shall be guaranteed for a period of 3 years for installation. Deemed suitable. I'll just read one sec.
Oh. Also, number 6 and 7, I think are duplicates.
Thank you.
Sorry.
which one is correct?
So 7's the correct one. 6.
7,
One says inspection fee. Yeah, I guess 7 should be the correct one. No, 6 and 7
6
are
and 7, because they're
repeated.
both cut and fill, just in different, they're just saying it differently.
Yeah, 6
Yeah,
is.
one cites the code, right?
Yeah, I would do 7. I think 7 is the accurate for cut and fill fees.
Oh, I'm sorry.
I mean, you could say like in addition to the above, the applicant shall, I would say, what would be replant, replace any dead or dying plants along the front
Belterre Road.
plantings along Belterre Road, right? That's
Mhm.
the previously approved. yeah.
Previously approved under the previous phase,
Okay.
you know, just, because I mean, it's, I don't know, yeah, they were splitting hairs. I would just go, any trees that died under the previous permit must be replaced.
Where was it? Like, is it south, north of the egress coming out of the new emergency room? Is that where
But you
the?
don't have to spend. I mean, you
With-
could also.
no, but just saying,
I think
where-
we should just
Where was
globalize
the
it.
issue? Like, I'm just trying, so I can.
It's The entrance to the new ED, it's both north and south
On
because
both
it
sides
Oh,
goes,
so
of
it's
the,
yes, 'cause
of
they
the-
put
along-
in-
next to the ingress,
But
egress and
there,
egress over there.
there's, I mean, is there anything wrong with just saying at this point, as a condition to the approval of this one, you have to go back and look at the whole application, everything you planted, and make sure it's all alive? And if it
think
isn't,
that's
replant
reasonable,
it.
Yeah.
Either replant it or if they want to change it, it says in here if they want to change it, they could go to the Department of Building and Planning in the past. I don't know if you guys would want to see it again though. If you prefer to the planning board, that's up to the board.
Yeah, I think this was just bad luck on their part
No,
that
you
a
can go to you.
fungus
So,
went
so
through.
staff, okay, so
Yeah.
staff will handle that.
Just don't, right. We just don't want to see it dead for years, and then
Yeah.
weeds come up and they say, well, it's green.
I don't think that's really the look they want. They want
Okay.
something live and vibrant, I'm sure.
Yes.
So that would be dead and dying plantings anywhere on the site during that phase?
But that might be a good idea, yes.
Okay, not just Belterre Road.
Right, put the onus on them to do the,
Do the review.
Yeah.
On the site, during the construction, the phase that constructed the emergency room, or the, whatever,
Phase 1
the emergency
Oh,
room.
the ER room, yeah.
The ER room
They're coming back
portion
too
of
for
the
the
project.
drainage reserve area soon, so that's also still in the works, so. Yeah, part 2 of that project.
Which one, Dan?
The drainage reserve area, the DRA. I know they resubmitted pretty recently, I think. Today we got resubmission for that, so in the pipeline, but
so can we are we okay if we vote on it?
Yeah.
Okay,
As amended, yeah,
Yeah,
unless
so-
there's any other comments.
so I motion we approve the resolution as amended.
I'll second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Okay, thanks. You may want to stay here, I don't know.
Oh, yeah.
Are you next again?
Yeah, I think so.
Okay.
Sorry.
Oh, next up is a referral from the town of Brookhaven. 208 North Country Road. It's actually in Port Jefferson Station, but the access is off of Columbia.
Yeah.
That's right.
I had a quick question. It feels like a billion years ago. I feel like did we approve a battery storage?
Yeah.
Really adjacent to this property. I mean, it literally, especially if they're going in from the direction.
Well, they're going in through the residential area. The battery,
Would be-
the
South of
battery
there,
is
right?
to the south
Yeah.
and west. So I don't
So
know,
it's-
Parker, if you can put up like
You got
an
an air-
aerial
so-
real quick.
Did they ever build the battery storage?
That I
there?
don't
No,
know.
I don't think they did.
No.
And
Yeah.
I
And
didn't
that's a hot
see,
issue.
I didn't
No-
see
no
any
pun intended.
reference to it in their
No.
environmental assessment, what they added, but I also didn't see anywhere where it would be specifically asked. So that was my only question about,
If it was
with,
a full, I'm assuming it's an unlisted action because it's a subdivision and it's only 6 lots. Because if it was a full, if they did the full EAF, there is a part about contaminated lands and previous
yeah, but
environmental hazard area, but I don't think this
since
would-
it's not,
it's
I'm
not.
just curious,
Yeah, I don't know.
unfortunately I saw a documentary about these places and they're just like evidently really, it can get very bad historically. And so that's the only reason I'm bringing it up, because now I don't know if it falls under our purview, if that,
Storage or itself?
yeah, like I don't know if it would even fall under our jurisdiction as looking at it from Port Jefferson's perspective. I was just wondering, I'm hoping, I didn't see that as anything in what I thought we got the full environmental when I was reading
But
it.
if it's not existing, would it even be in there?
What is it? What do we-
Oh, it's a subdivision. It's a 6 lot subdivision.
Yeah,
It's from Brookhaven Town, but to access it, you have to go through
Yeah,
the
go-
village.
right.
Yeah, it's right there.
Which site was the best system supposed to be?
it's
Closest to the railroad track.
South.
Yeah,
Yeah.
somewhere in that.
I mean, I thought it was right there. I thought it was at the
No.
dead
Yeah.
end of the.
Isn't
No,
it
I don't think so.
east, where the cursor is? Yes, it's sort of east.
Should we get
Well, that would have to come back to us anyway.
full-
At this
Yeah.
point, that battery storage would have to be a new application, I would think. It's been too long. Was it 5 years?
Okay, so it never happened.
It never
Oh, no,
happened.
no, no.
Oh,
No.
okay.
No.
Yeah.
State has put
Don't
out
watch the
new-
documentary, but I read.
The state has put out new studies. Yeah, it was fired. I mean, it was fired.
Well, there's
Buell out.
moratoriums, right,
One in,
on these?
upstate. Good.
Yeah.
We did the south end of town. We did a full study. We had a whole committee on it. That,
Yeah, they're bad.
took testimony for about 6 months on it. So it was
Okay. Because other than that, I feel like they've contained all their runoff. I mean,
You talking about the site?
yeah,
now?
you know, like what else can we weigh in on
Yeah, and
besides?
there's no traffic
drainage,
impact.
traffic?
It's minimal. I mean, there's nothing. I mean, you might see a car going, that street is very lightly traveled now that comes out on Columbia, and it's far enough away from North Country Road, so it's not gonna cause any problems with cars backing up from,
Well,
Right.
they
North
had
Country
a
Road.
second one where they would come off Gladys, didn't they? But still, that's
Right.
access through North Country Road.
Well, I think,
No access on North Country Road.
No.
right.
no. They
And
have frontage
Isn't
there,
Gladys
but
the
they don't-
road just to the east right there?
Mhm. Yeah.
Yeah.
No.
So, and I
they're
thought
only,
it looked like a pretty good grade change between the subdivision and Gladys. when I saw it, when I looked at it, I don't remember if that's true.
What
Don't-
was the map, Parker? The subdivision map? Yeah.
Yeah.
So, I think that was the yield map or something. There was another.
oh, there, I see contours there, yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, there's a grade change. Yeah, it comes off Woodside.
school. Is that
Oh, that's
Portsmouth
Comswog.
Station,
Yeah.
yeah.
Yeah, the line is just on the south and north side of North Country Road over there.
probably
Is it a full
outline and also outside?
It's almost
It's pretty
like-
close, yeah, yeah.
Oh, they did ask for an
Is
FEA.
the,
Okay.
who is responsible for the maintenance of their road?
Well, that's what I was gonna go to next, is the maintenance of the road would go to the town, but then what happens during a snowstorm?
Right.
Who's gonna plow, is the town, I guess the town and the village would have to work something out, but you'd probably wanna have the developer do that before this is, or just note it, because this is just a recommendation to the town. Because you don't wanna be doing that in the middle of a snowstorm.
Yeah, I
pointing
would think
fingers.
whoever plows it now has to just keep going, right?
Yeah.
'Cause
Yeah, it'd be
it's
the
really a
village.
dead-end street. They just moved the dead
Right.
end a little further.
So how do they work that out?
I mean, it could be you could have a gentleman's agreement where it's just, okay, look, you've been doing this, we'll just keep doing this. You barter, it could be established in the, documents for the,
Done it with like IMAs,
right, that's,
between the town and the village all the time.
Right.
If you
And
want
that's
something
generally what-
formal or like, as you said.
yeah,
Maybe we just say that needs to be addressed.
right. I think that's a good way to put it.
And I guess along those lines, you just made me think, do we need to ask for any remediation of the street if after construction it's,
Yeah, absolutely.
I can't think of the wording,
Yeah, you're gonna have heavy equipment.
right? Yeah.
And where the utilities,
Training.
are you gonna cut into the road and?
Yeah.
I don't know, what is Woodside Avenue, was it last paved?
Even drainage too, if there's water coming from subdivision out onto Woodside. you're gonna have-
I mean, they said in the documentation that they were going to contain all of their,
It may
I mean-
also work
Stormwater
both ways.
runoff.
thank you.
Yeah.
Thank you.
I mean, if you have water coming down Woodside, and it just kind of naturally goes into a wooded area, nobody's paying attention to, but now all of a sudden you open up this road, is that, I think they should also, they'll have to work out something with regard to the drainage from Woodside if Woodside doesn't contain its own runoff. I don't know, looking at this, whether it does or not. There may be leaching pools at the south end, everything may go the other way.
What's the timing on this, where we have to get back?
30 days. We got it. When did we get it? Oh. Sorry.
Slopes up though.
December 2nd.
Here, do you
So
wanna see?
Slopes
I'd
from,
say it'd be great
By
to
January
get, it'd be
2nd.
great to
So,
get
like,
the
this
highway
is that.
department to
132.
weigh in.
should we do that?
Where exactly is the village line here? Is it,
literally right at the, yeah, right at the.
It's
top.
across Woodside, so, oh,
No, I
Yeah.
think it was
okay.
going down.
Could you
I have a feeling.
get
Okay.
Can I just
highway
do some?
department comments
Oh,
and
just
just
do
kind
that.
of add it on to
There you go.
what our
So right
thoughts
here,
are?
we're at one.
Yeah,
I think we
I
could
think you
say-
should, because
Yeah,
they'd be more specific on the highway.
so we could say that the,
Let them go out and look at it.
can we say it? Another analyst or something.
Schroeder's,
I think it's still town board over there doing the.
yes,
It's still,
Town
yeah,
board.
so this is the town board. pro-
Eliminated.
there's no planning board.
It's crazy. Because I think what you guys could do is you could say we referred it to DPW as part of our consideration, and then those comments are attached, and we'll draft a formal letter for you all to review, and trying to summarize what your comments were, and then we'll attach DPW's.
Yeah,
and
let
send that.
TPW look at it, I think,
Yeah.
because that's their stuff. I mean, it's,
Fantastic, right?
Yeah, and then do we need to have any language in there about, it looks like there are curb cuts right now onto North Country, which they are closing. I don't know if we need,
Where,
That would be part of the,
yeah, that would be a,
we'd say a good comment. Yeah.
if you look at
Any,
this.
any curb cuts to be
So-
closed, yes.
should be,
Right.
yeah.
Provide access out to North Country.
I'm assuming that's a curb cut.
Sure, you want to throw it up?
Wh-
Yeah, you
Where
wanna
are the
throw that up?
curb cuts?
Just, so this letter was coordinated review, or is this a review for awareness?
I don't
It's not
know.
listed, so I don't.
See there it is.
two gray.
So,
area?
yeah,
the existing.
Dan, what's the,
Oh, I
is,
see.
so the gray areas is what I'm talking about. Those two curb cuts, are they closing those on North Country?
I guess. Yeah, they would have, yeah.
Well, we would
Or
recommend
recommend that they close
close
those.
those off.
Yeah.
And revegetate?
Unless it's on somebody's private property, is it? No, it's
Well, it's
not.
technically
It's on
Brook,
the slot.
yeah, it's, that's stuff, who's, North Country, Suffolk County.
They don't own that, piece that's east of,
Oh, is it the state?
It's a town road.
Is it? Yeah.
that
Oh, it's
strip,
town,
I guess they
okay.
don't own.
Well, going through,
Piece here.
What's
well,
it
North
become?
Country is Route 25A, right?
Yeah.
At that
Why
point.
wouldn't they use
North
that?
Country
Oh,
Road
that's
is-
Come up with that.
further
North
down.
Country Road is, called it System Road 20 at one point. And it was one of the roads
remember those
that was subdivision.
on the system, but yeah,
Oh, got it.
But I just wonder what this is.
it's,
Like
go ahead, you know better.
Okay. The North Country Road is a town-maintained road. It was originally a town road. It was added to the county map system in the 30s as part of town roads that they were looking for federal aid. It was never formally transferred to the county. So, and the town has been maintaining their part wherever that is and the village's line ends. So that's really a town-maintained highway.
Okay.
Right, we have Dan Siegel as our alternate, and Dan actually had a comment, so we've been asking him to participate as needed if he comes up with something that we haven't thought of or we haven't talked about. But why don't you go ahead?
Well,
and-
this is really maybe a question for the attorney and maybe the BOT, but the village boundary line is to the west and to the north. And anyone that lives in this site, of course, would have to go west through Port Jefferson Village. So would we consider talking to the BOT about maybe annexing this lot and it would become part of the village and these next 6 new homes would be part of the village since they would only be accessed through the village and the village boundary is already on 2 of their 4 lot lines.
Yeah, I mean, not a bad idea. I mean, Brookhaven would have to agree, right? Brookhaven was willing to give it up. Like something. We were just questioning, Lee and I were just talking about,
Talking to the bank?
was that?
Oh, yeah.
Yeah, we just, could they take access off of Gladys instead of, but I guess that, you know, see that strip, I guess that's not theirs.
Yeah.
There's a buffer strip right there, yeah, that piece, yeah.
Privately owned.
Different owner.
Because if they get access to that, then they wouldn't have to go do the loop around, you know, Woodside and Columbia.
What I was
No, it's all-
suggesting is
Thank you.
the red line of the village boundary would now be on Jamaica up to there, and then go up on Gladys there.
I mean,
Isn't
it's
Jamaica
secret,
industrial?
right, they'd have to petition them,
Jamaica's industrial.
we'd have to,
right?
if we get a sense from Brookhaven.
Jamaica's industrial, right?
If they,
No,
if they were willing to give it up, then, yeah.
south of Jamaica,
If
it
they're opposed to it, then
Got it. Okay.
Also, what the applicant wants. If the applicant is not interested in it, or if the applicant wants it and the village wants it, Brookhaven would give up one lot, 6 homes, so to speak.
Yeah. Yeah, you get a sense.
Just,
If
you, have,
Brookhaven didn't care, then that wouldn't work. Well,
you have to go through the village to get to it.
no, I've actually done a couple.
Well, we have same condition on Jamaica. I think there's some businesses, isn't it? The florist is at the end of Jamaica, isn't it? Where you have to go through the village to get to the
Yeah, I'm just curious.
Port Jeff Station Road,
I just want to make sure.
or Mount Sinai, if that is on that side. All right, so why don't, you gonna make the comments back?
Yeah, so we'll draft
Okay.
a letter based on what you guys said tonight, and then we'll also refer it to DPW for their comments and attach it. to
All
the
right,
record.
and also ask them to consider the
The annex? You want me to-
shift, yeah,
Yeah.
yeah, see what they say.
Okay.
Okay. Okay, next up is you again, right? 85 Boulder Court.
Yeah. Grab
Okay.
my, hold on.
All right, we need more mics.
Here.
One on the end button? There's one dead. Look. Yeah, take that one, Barbara, I think.
Oh, do you need another mic? Hold on. Yeah.
Yeah, that does work.
I don't know if you're gonna plug that in somewhere though.
Maybe we could.
Switch.
That worked? Oh, sorry. Oh, sorry, it's my fault. So if you guys want to hold, maybe. Yeah, we could share. Oh, yeah, that one too? Yeah. Yeah, you take that one and I'll. Can I share with you? Is that okay? Oh, wait, you have one there? You have so many mics.
Okay, so 85 Boulder Court, last week, Gil and I met with the applicant just to discuss some of the issues with the property. So I guess the main consideration here, or the main issue in terms of progressing, is DEC's ruling on their whether or not they have jurisdiction, correct?
Yes.
Right, and it went over to DEC a couple of weeks ago now?
November 24th, they officially.
Yeah,
sent-
yeah, we sent the letter of no jurisdiction request over to the DC. Sorry, I'm getting used to this thing. And then they sent a receipt back that they received it, but we're still waiting on the actual letter to come back.
Okay, all right, so, and they typically take, what, 3 to 4 weeks, do we know, or?
On a good day.
I'd say, yeah, it's pretty inconsistent from what I've seen. 3
Okay.
weeks would be ideal, but
Okay, all right, so where are we now in
Yeah.
terms of,
So I have a bunch of documents for you guys. So where we left off, right, is that we had the we reviewed the part one, reviewed the most recent plan set, and next was going on to, at least at the time, the information was deemed accessible enough to kind of start going on to continuing with SECRA and going on for the part two, potential part three for the environmental assessment form. So what we have is, I have a draft of the part two for you all that is filled out, and what I'm hoping to do tonight is kind of walk you through those items, walk you through some of the open elements and kind of areas that we still require clarification on. And Jim and I went through this and discussed with council about it. This is kind of where we're told to proceed, so I'll pass out. You don't have a copy.
You sent these though,
We have this in.
So I sent it to. We just got. You want to forward it to?
I feel like I have something.
Well,
I
this
thought
is similar to the dock thing.
the
Oh, what?
part two, full environment assessment, I have it in an email.
the end of the day, when I printed them, Dan, I also forwarded.
Thank you. Okay. I just wanted to
Oh,
make sure. I
okay.
didn't know they were sent out to you guys. So, do you have a digital copy?
I do.
Do you guys want
I'm
a
good.
physical, just so you can have the?
We need 2 more.
Yeah, I'm gonna pass these around. 2 more, you said?
Thank you.
Anyone else? You have a digital?
You have an extra one, then?
Yeah, thank you.
Wow.
No problem. And then there's a bunch of, now there's attachments to it. So the attachments are going through, basically kind of explaining, and this is what I'm hoping to explain to you all tonight, the different points we raised. I will say that there are a bunch of clarifications requested, but we do have a potential part 3 prepared. I have a draft version of it over there. If the board, how they, depending on how they feel about proceeding tonight or the next step. It's the attachment for part 3. All right. So I guess we'll start. I'll just kind of walk you guys through how we went about this and what our determination on a lot of this. We took a very conservative approach to it with respect that anytime there was a potential impact that we deemed could have been significant or additional information was still not fully in the record yet, we did indicate a potential moderate to large impact pending verification of certain items. So as you know, for a full environmental assessment form, there's 18 points of consideration to be addressed, but we only identified a couple of them. I think it's, let's see the total of the 4, 5, 7 elements were considered to could have an impact, and I believe 3 of those were considered potentially moderate to large, pending additional information. So the first item, if it's okay to proceed, goes with the impact on lands, right? This considers basically the overall impact to, the physical alteration of the site, potential that could be from cut and fill to wetlands to vegetation to basically an overall impact of the project site, right? There were 2 items identified as potentially moderate to large on the full environmental assessment form. The first one of those being construction on slopes of 15% or greater, right? As we mentioned last time, both these parcels, a substantial portion of these are consistent of slopes that are 20% or greater, and where both the houses, more about the residential lot where there's potential of some cutting into there. And the other one was the proposed action may result in increase in erosion, whether from physical disturbance or vegetation removal, including treatment from herbicides. So the part 1 didn't mention obviously herbicides being used, but which was we found fine. But again, right, as we mentioned last time, substantial portions considered steep slopes. Based on the analysis that was provided, approximately 41% of the residential parcel steep slopes, about 35% is considered steep slopes for the roadway. The project includes disturbance within both those areas, totaling about 2,900 square feet for the residential lot and 1,900 square feet for the roadway. Again, we triggered a moderate to large impact because just because of the sitting and the amount of slopes on the project site, why they're being considered. So, as we currently have, right, as of the last meeting, the board had determined that they believe that the sitting of the residence was probably acceptable in its current location. The applicants did their best to avoid disturbance of steep slopes. The roadway tends to avoid kind of the higher areas of steeper elevations, which are typically located kind of to the, I would say, the western portion of the roadway parcel. Clearing at the time was within the code limits to 60%. It's actually since has been reduced to 58% since the last review, which is actually kind of reflected a bit on that plan. You'll notice that some of the what's indicated as clearing per the village code has been further placed to the north. I will say though, in discussions with the applicant in our meeting, some of the area that's considered at least shown as cleared is already, it's not really vegetated with trees. It's just kind of historic grub. And yeah, if you wanna.
Essentially where the house sits, we're proposing to put the house basically to that retaining wall that borders Boulder Court. It's all cleared, it's grass. So, we are including a large portion of the property that's, it depends on what your definition of clearing is. We discussed it. I think it's, is removing grass clearing? So,
No.
So, in reality, the percentage is much less, but we're including all of that area as well. The clearing was moved north out of any type of DEC wetland area. So, we're not going to be anywhere near that. I'll let you get back to it, I guess.
I know it's a lot of stuff to run through.
How far from the wetland do you think it is?
So we use the Suffolk County GIS viewer to put the wetland overlay on there, and we pulled the clearing limits further off of that existing steep slope in the rear, pretty much to just be right at that line based off of the viewer. That's if you see on the screen there, that's
Yeah,
what
if
we
you look
base
behind you.
our revised clearing limits off of.
Wait, so explain it for the, with the visuals, maybe what
Yeah.
you're.
So if you see our parcels, the cyan color blue, and then that hatched darker blue is the wetland, the limits of the wetland according to Suffolk County GIS. So our clearing limits on the last set of plans extended into that darker hatch blue area. Now we pulled it back further north, so now we're, according to this viewer, not clearing or touching any land within the wetland area. So the whole entire scope of the work should now be completely out of the jurisdiction of the wetland.
For reference,
Does
if
it
we,
mean the
if,
wetland and is there, you know, how,
Is there a buffer?
yeah, much of a setback from the wetland? and-
there's not much of a setback, but for reference, that part that juts out onto our property, for reference, that portion of the DC wetland quote that juts onto our property is the highest point of the parcel. It's the top of a hill.
Kind of my next. I don't understand how it's a wetland. I can't
Yeah.
argue with
Yeah.
this, but
Yeah.
do
Whether
we
it's
need the
really a
buffer if
wetland
it
or-
really?
All right.
I will also point out, if you look in the map too, there is actually a house in the middle of the wetland.
Right.
Which, trust me, we were very like, okay, well, I've also been on the site. I mean, I'm not an expert, so I don't know the particular circumstances, but it didn't appear as though it was a wetland. But again, this is with the DEC's jurisdiction, right? And it's something that typically, it's something that we typically request, or agencies in the past have required as part of their determination of significance for Part 3. But I did just, wanted to bring that to attention again, because, given the certain circumstances, given some of the things the applicant proposes, that's something the board might want to be discussing tonight. The way this Part 2 is written is that basically saying that these elements are all required for the Part 3. And that's typically.
Wait, so are you saying that the DEC might come back and ask for Part 3?
No, I apologize. So
Okay.
Part 3 is prepared by the lead agency. So
Right.
we'll prepare it on behalf of you. What we're saying is that in order for the board, because the Part 3 is where you make your determination of significance.
Right.
Will this project have a significant impact on the environment? One of those assessments, which I was going to get to, is item 3, which is impacts on surface water, and that includes wetlands. So if the board is confident enough that without DEC's current letter that there would be no impact on the wetlands, that's the only way we could do the Part 3 or.
There hasn't been any determination from the DEC whether this is a wetland or.
We haven't. So it's-
Nobody's
What they said is that it appears to be located within the area, and they asked the applicants to submit.
historic wetland somewhere.
Yeah.
Do they have updated maps? Because these maps go back with
Well,
this.
that's the thing. I think this is the historic.
Yeah.
It's the historic imagery, and I think I don't know if they're all up to. I don't know the DCs. I think they've tried, but I don't think we've gotten.
Usually, these are historic documents. This area's been pretty disturbed by the initial home that was built there. Normally, you request a mark out, and they would come out with somebody and say, okay, yeah, there's phragmites, whatever, and then they mark it. And then you have to stay away a certain distance.
Right.
Yeah, I mean, that's really how it's been done in my experience.
That's the right way to do it.
You know, it's just getting somebody to get out and mark it out. Generally, you have, I mean, you've probably done this enough where you know what a wetlands look like. I mean, unless there's some type of rare, species in there, which I tend to doubt,
I'm in favor of trying to get this moving along at whatever it takes. I feel like they've responded to everything that we've asked of them in a really timely manner. I don't know what we need to do in order to keep it moving, because
Well, you might not get a response at all from DEC, right?
so is it a problem if we keep going?
Well, here's so I mean, look, I've gone through and I've prepared we have a draft part 3, and it's under my chair over there. The part 3 was written, so you'll notice it throughout this report. There's a bunch of things saying that the applicant should submit. And like, for example, we noticed that during the last meeting, we mentioned that engineering review is something that we didn't have to have the chance to have. The board said they were acceptable of it at the time, but we, after we spoke, we said maybe that's something that should be required, so we put that on here.
You
That-
mean the written engineering review and
Exactly.
confirmation
Like,
of slip
from
stability?
village's behalf, a consultant engineer review the drainage plans, review what's being proposed, and verify it. We spoke. No, I understand. I know he's in. No, I'm not at all. I hope this doesn't come off at all like we're doing. You're belittling. It's just been prior practice where there's been times where we used to have an engineer on staff. An engineer would always review other engineers' plans just to make sure it meets village's, standards. I'm not at all doubting it is. I'm just saying that this was something that we discussed and has been required in other applications. It's a recommendation here.
Okay.
It's not. I'm not saying the board has to agree to or disagree. I'm sorry if that's coming off.
Yeah. I just want to clarify. So we're asking them at their expense to hire another
That's what
engineer.
it would be.
But yet,
We
this
would
is-
get an estimate from the consultant engineer. and-
okay. Yeah.
Yeah.
I mean, if it was a developer, I'd say, if it was a multi-use or a huge subdivision, I would agree with that. However, I used to be a PE. He's a PE. His license is on the line. You stamp it, and it's found to be faulty. It's
That's
his
correct.
professional license. So I'm not in favor of that. I appreciate being very thorough and crossing every T and dotting every I, and
I mean, how
but-
many dots do we need and how many crosses do we need?
I know. I'm just,
in no way am I saying,
Right.
thank you so much for being very thorough, but
Yeah.
perhaps, unless I'm
Well, I
outweighed.
think- I'm sorry, I don't mean to cut you off. I think in this particular case, we all agree there's no need, unless somebody else feels it, there's no reason to bring in another engineer to review these plans. That was easy.
Yeah. Okay. So, I mean, so the next one, I mean, if we want to give an opinion about the wetlands, that's item 3 was about impacts to freshwater. It was conservatively indicated as moderate large because given the mapper, what they're proposing is directly along the limits of that boundary, right? There is typically a 100-foot setback
Right.
jurisdiction from the DEC, so almost a majority of this development would fall within, theoretically, if it ends up being a jurisdiction, would be within that jurisdiction. But if the applicant has, and we will say this, they reduced their clearing limits. They've tried to avoid it as much as possible with their plans based on what we couldn't measure up. It appears to be just like they mentioned, the engineers mentioned along the line. They're also proposing is downhill from the wetland, right? This property sloping away from it. So we see the potential there, and that draft part 3 that we prepared, that's what it goes into. It basically says it's downhill, disturbance appears to be away from it, they're not directly clearing on top of it, it doesn't appear there'll be a large amount of impact, but if the DEC, there's a precaution in that version, if the DEC does say they have a jurisdiction, the applicant would have to get the freshwater wetland permit before any kind of review is, at least for the residential parcel, any kind of permits or clearing is done.
And we would presumably hear from DEC before we've scheduled this thing for a public hearing.
Well, technically, this isn't a conditional use. I don't know that a public hearing.
We don't need it.
Right.
I don't know, because we don't need a secret public hearing because it's not a.
What is the site
There's
plan?
no EIS unless we get to that.
No public hearing.
No
This
problem.
is just a
Sorry.
pure public site plan application.
Okay.
Obviously, the board could always elect to have one, but that's up to the discretion of the board.
No, I don't see any, I mean, I think just by what you went through, kind of, in my opinion, takes this off the table. You do, obviously, no matter what we say, DEC comes in and says, yeah, this is some kind of special land, then you're gonna have to deal with that. I don't even know, be honest with you, and I'm sure the attorney would disagree with me, but, I would say, the only thing it may impact is a CO. I'd rather see these guys start to build, because there's nothing, I don't see what you would do to mitigate that anyway, I
Yeah.
mean, plant some wetlands in your front yard, my opinion, I don't think this is something that can't be dealt with if it occurs later on.
And there was a previous application that was approved.
Right.
or this.
But
I was
yeah,
gonna
for
mention
whatever
that.
reason, nobody ever looked at that. Nobody, you know,
Well, it could have been before we
Sorry.
had to submit to every jurisdiction. I mean, that's fairly recent.
Oh, the coordinator review and
Yeah.
yeah.
For that, okay.
Yeah, it should. Going in that record, it probably should have been identified, but you're right, it wasn't.
But
It
there's
wasn't.
already a house on the other
No,
wetland.
I know,
so-
I know. I'm
Yeah.
just. We're just trying to be as
Yes.
safe as possible here.
I mean, again, going back, not to belabor it, but going back, these are wetlands that were established back in the 70s.
Exactly.
Who
Yeah.
knows what it looked like at that time? You know, it was much more, I mean, you didn't have the overbay across the street. You didn't have, you know, a lot of the developments along Brook. So, you know, the whole area's been churned up, so.
Yeah, I mean, the property across the street from Brook, that is a wetland still, right? That is a pond.
Yeah.
There's
Yeah,
a pond
yeah.
there, correct?
Yeah,
Yeah.
without question.
But other than that, I've never,
Yeah, that one's.
I don't think I've ever seen.
And you have elevation on the
Right.
streets.
Yeah.
Yeah, if I recall, that we used to send somebody out to delineate the wetlands. It could be a private person who's qualified.
Correct, yeah.
And then
Yeah.
DEC would come out and just check it. So it would relieve them of doing the work. I don't know that they actually do it. I think you have to do it that way.
Right.
I don't know if you want to reach out
Have
to
someone flag it.
have somebody flag it. There's used to be a firm on the island that did it. It was certified.
You guys do it?
We did our own.
Oh,
out
no,
east,
there's
too.
a
we
fellow
typically
named-
use
Anthony did our
land
own.
use. If you're
Somebody
familiar with
qualified
land
to
use.
do it?
for
Our whole
wetland
team.
flagging.
Yeah, we had a
Oh.
chief environmental analyst who went out and flagged it for a department.
Hold on a second. You were
Yeah,
saying-
so say, like in other projects when we need wetland flagging, there's a company we use, environmental firm called Land Use,
Right.
and they do the wetland flagging. So we can certainly reach out and inquire on a cost for that if the board believes it's necessary to go this route. It's just it's going to add time
I
on
don't,
time onto it.
I'm comfortable keeping this thing moving. And then if somebody starts to squawk from DEC, then you're gonna have to bring somebody in. You're gonna have to do whatever you have
Yeah.
to do to
Well,
make
what
them
you-
happy.
Understand.
What you could do is use that company, tell them, then you guys submitted to DEC, correct?
Yes,
Directly.
correct.
So you could say, hey, we just marked it out. We just need somebody to come out and confirm it.
Yeah.
I would speed it up, I would think.
And
While they're-
it would probably cut down on your potential exposure if,
Hmm.
they come at you.
But can we continue the process while this is happening?
Well,
Well, that I would think would be something we could certainly walk away tonight with a clearing permit. I don't, and then,
If the clearing is completely out of
right.
the apparent line on here.
The only, I mean, you're not, the only clearing you're doing is up near Brook. You're not really doing anything south, so you're well
Yeah.
outside of the 100 feet.
Yep.
Of that, normally a wetland would require some kind of setback.
Usually it's 100 feet.
Right.
Just from my experience in the past, when you do stuff circumventing the DEC, because I used to work in the village of Lindenhurst and it happened all the time, their fines generally start 5 figures on up. So you definitely want to keep them involved
Mhm.
just to avoid any potential
Mhm.
financial hardships.
Okay.
Well, just on that point, if we gave the applicant a tree clearing permit, that would at least enable him to start the work next month, which would be January 8th, which is a hop and a skip from now. Hopefully we get something from DEC that says yes or no. And, realistically, you'll also, you can take the trees down, I know that, so, but,
We have,
you know.
we have long-eared back
Yeah, it's
issues here.
yeah,
You
we're
gotta-
just gonna take
everything
care of
is-
it.
there's
clear
no-
within the window.
the entire island is a long
Yeah,
eared
all
bat,
all Suffolk County
thing now.
released.
so.
We should disrupt the
Right.
mating.
It's,
Yeah.
yes,
Yeah,
March
yeah.
1st is the,
That's what it is, yeah.
is usually the date when they, right, yeah.
So there is more. I'm sorry.
it's okay.
Not a bad thing, just because we got to go through all the points, So I will say they have also at the very beginning submitted a tree clearing and grading application. We might have to revise the limits of it a little bit, but we do have it at least filed from their from them. So certainly could be considered from our office as well. So going on next, I guess item 4 is impact to groundwater. So this is one that we said there could be potential impact, but it's likely small. This has to do right, increase groundwater demand, introduce wastewater to groundwater, otherwise affect the source aquifer. The part one identified that the project does involve some excavating, mining, and dredging, but it does appear to be, I think the average depth of groundwater was about 14, 15 feet, if I'm, should have put that on here. As an average, yeah.
Sorry to tell you, 15 feet.
15 feet on average. The only point of concern where there was high groundwater was at the very northern, I guess where Boulder Court meets Brook Road. That is there's about like a 1 to 2 foot separation from groundwater at that point. The way that they've designed their drainage structures is to almost be like overbay, as we mentioned last time. So it's built above the grade. It maintains the separation from the groundwater. So that kind of is designed to address that point. Regarding the wastewater itself, they have an IA system being proposed. It's actually approved by Suffolk County already, Department of Health Services at this point. So obviously any impacts related on that front seem to be mitigated. There's an estimated 400 gallons per day of use, which is far below any kind of major disturbance that would be identified in SECRA. So overall, we didn't, as staff, find an issue with this, and we were recommending a small impact on that front. Next one has to do with impact on flooding. So this is also very much related to, part of it's related to the wetlands. Part of it also is related to the amount of grading and drainage on the project site. Again, there's building the steep slopes. They're clearing the parcel. That always ends up adding into some consideration for flooding, potential concerns for flooding. It's conservatively indicated as moderate to large for just D, which says proposed action may result in or require modification to existing drainage patterns, right? Because the way it is, it's kind of currently an existing swale. It kind of flows, might flow through the property. We do note that there is some small ponding that does occur on Brook Road, as we've had neighboring reports of that. But they've designed drainage structures throughout the project site. All the calculations seem to show it maintained on site. They are, basically should prevent all runoff from coming off the property, which technically right now there is some runoff that does come off from Brook Road. So it overall seems to be improved. So we didn't think, as long as the board's accepting of the plans, as indicated last time, they don't believe engineering review is required at this time, then we wouldn't need anything further for that. Would be deemed addressed as part of the part 3. So I don't know if that's acceptable for the board today. Okay.
Now, where do we leave the permeable driveway as opposed to an asphalt driveway?
So we were, after we, just bless you, after we talked about it, we were okay with it. Honestly, because there is a substrate surface there. Their concern was about the weight or potential maintenance of it. They've indicated that they would maintain, John property owners would maintain any kind of maintenance or repair required for it. It's going to be, there's good increased apron on the front. The driveway's all paved. I don't think we had a major issue with the material at this point. So, and all drainage structures seem to be adequately addressed, including that. And that's less impervious surface too. So, more benefits, I guess.
Okay.
Plants and animals, we kind of talked about a little bit. The biggest thing was northern long-eared bat, maintaining clearing as long as they follow DC's regulations. I didn't think we have any large impact at all. Just there just will be some potential impact given the amount of clearing of the property. The next one's an interesting one, but though I don't know the best way to address this. So I don't know, Park, if you want to pull up the CRIS system. So on the FEAF, it identified that the project is located within an archaeological buffer zone, as identified through New York State's Cultural Resource Information System, which is also run through the Historic Preservation Office, includes their data and information. So you can see on the map that big blue bubble is kind of what they consider potential archaeological buffer zone. It doesn't necessarily confirm nor deny whether or not there's any archaeological significance to the property. The property is surrounded by multiple residences. There's clearly development surrounding it. It is a point of consideration, though, if the board felt it was warranted to refer it to SHPO for comments before making the part 3 to make sure there's nothing there. I don't think there's a requirement for Phase 1A archaeological survey, but that's something that, again, the board could theoretically require given its location. We do note that Overbay has had historic a consultation done there. And there was also a historic actual survey done there. There's not a lot of records available, but from what we could find, there wasn't really much identified. Okay. So that's up to the board tonight. It's just another point that it's like, again, this part 2 attachment says that the applicant should submit to SHPO to get the consultation, but that's, again, up to the board. If not, the part 3 says it shouldn't be an impact. Well, the draft part 3, right? The potential for it.
I don't think it's necessary.
No. you should-
Yeah,
Don't want to hold it up.
yeah.
No.
It's submitted in advance.
Yeah, and they're usually pretty. Yeah. Okay. So no, not
No.
required.
Mm.
So the last part is impact. Oh no, it's the last one. Impact on noise, odor, and light. So I guess brush through this really quickly. We're seeing a small to no to small impact. There's anticipated to be noise during construction. They've indicated that they'll comply with the village's code requirements during typical operation hours, right? That's chapter 173 that regulates noise. Anything outside of that would obviously be regulated by, enforcement. Should it occur, but again, we'll probably make a condition. We would recommend a condition of the approval being that, as long as this code is maintained too, I don't think we have an issue with it. Odor, obviously, there's no odor really anticipated with the final product of this or any emissions being regulated. And lighting is something that we talked about a little bit recently. So the village code technically requires a lighting plan for all site plans to be submitted, but we discussed with the applicant, they don't have any on-site lighting proposed. What they do have is a few small sconces to be proposed on the residence. They're fully shielded. They're dark sky compliant. The specifications were found to be typical practice, at least in good planning practice. I don't know if we have an issue with it, but it is just something that's technically considered required under the village code. So I don't know if you guys want to consider that or talk about it, but that's currently the last item. And pending that, we said, regardless, we expect no to small impact for any of these issues.
Yeah, that's mostly for a commercial site,
Yeah.
lighting.
So,
Well, thanks for bringing it to us. Yeah, I think it's,
Very thorough.
yeah, well done.
I mean, I don't know if I guess it's up to council. We do have a part 3 with us, and we have a part 3 for potential attachment, kind of going through all these impacts, indicating that no adverse impacts would happen to the environment. I don't know if the board doesn't feel there's any additional information necessarily. I think they can make a determination of significance. Right, if I'm right. So I mean, I can grab those documents but what do you think? Oh, thank you.
Okay, so what we're doing now is approving the part 3 of this,
Exactly.
which, not to belabor the point, we still haven't heard anything from DEC.
Yeah, I think we'd have to hold off.
I would almost say we give you the permit for clearing, and we give DEC at least till January 8th to give us something back. And at that point, boom, we got everything ready to go. And you can have your permit. It's not ideal from the homeowner standpoint, I understand that.
Yeah.
but-
I mean, I think
If I'm accepting the responsibility for what DEC would find me with, I mean, is that something that you guys would be okay with? Let's say if
For-
it did happen.
What do we incur as lead agency? Like, what responsibilities can we say, nope, we're giving them permission, but yet it's their responsibility, or since we're lead agency, it's our responsibility? I think that's where
Yeah.
we might have an
If you
issue.
want to.
And maybe from a more practical standpoint, you're looking at 4 weeks, 3 weeks till January 8th. I would recommend waiting till then because, you have your permit, you can start clearing, and we'll know by January 8th, hopefully, that we'll hear something back from DEC. You won't have stepped out of bounds necessarily, and, there's probably nothing going to happen, but my concern is, what if there is? And then you're looking at a, 5-digit fine.
hefty fine.
Yeah, and,
Action from this board do you need besides the
Declaration? For tonight, I mean, that's the thing, right? It's part 3, at least some needs at some point a determination of significance. Problem is, because it's type 1, there's something out there called a conditional negative declaration, which means we're going to issue a negative declaration pursuant to these things being found. The only problem is that only applies for unlisted actions. Type 1 actions, you have to either have a positive declaration, a negative declaration, and it goes in one of the 2 directions. That's why I was originally holding off. The wetland was the biggest thing I wanted to bring up tonight, because I was like, I don't know if the board's comfortable doing that without DEC had no objection to the planning board being lead agency, but they did make very clear about the northern long-eared bat and the potential wetlands.
What is the,
So-
the clearing, limitation on the?
It's
northern-
December through March. So,
Oh, so you're in it already.
yeah, we are in it.
I mean, the only hiccup that, I potentially see is what if we don't hear from DC by January 8th? Where
Yeah.
are we?
So, I mean, that again, well, it's either the board could wait for that information to be received to make the negative declaration. If there's additional, we could also, again, staff could always follow up and figure it out. But like, I mean, call them. But it's like there's not much we could really do at this point besides either wait for them or if the board's confident enough. I mean, I don't know.
Well,
What do you think about it not being?
Well, the clearing, just so I'm clear.
Yeah.
You can clear now. All them-
Yeah, so you
the
can
bat-
clear
the bat
now, but
window-
you
we're in the
can't.
bat window now.
You can't.
Clean.
We're in it right now. Yes, it's so confusing, but we are in the bat window now. You can't
From
clear
December to March, right.
outside of that
Right.
for any new change of land use.
And
So
besides, what else does the board need to do on this application?
So they would have to
Approve the site plan at some point?
exactly. So there would be the negative declaration, and then you would go on to do the resolution, approve the site plan with adding conditions, and then the
So board's
resolution.
comfortable giving them the ability to clear now, and then they're gonna come back and.
So that's the decision of the board. Again, typical practice is you wouldn't do any work
Right.
until you get a final approval.
Right.
If the board believes there's a certain circumstance, we could certainly write some kind of either, I don't know if it's a temporary resolution to allow clearing or something of the nature. You guys are authorized to, we're allowed to receive tree clearing grading applications, which we have. It would be exactly as shown in the plan submitted there. I mean, if the approved clearing plan, I just don't know if you want to condition it being that they don't clear within, or at least currently within the residential area. I'm not sure how that would proceed or if it's been done in the past. I don't know what you think.
What do you mean, the clearing of the residential?
What- like, would you-
Residential?
Where are you proposing to clear if you had a clearing permit today?
Along Boulder
Want
Court.
to show SP?
It's
Boulder
basic-
Court.
Yeah,
It's
it's
the
Boulder
third site
Court
plan
and
sheet,
the north
but-
side of the residential lot. So it is away
There
from the
should be
DEC.
before any of
I
this.
mean,
So it's really, and yeah, we typically require a performance bond before any of this too. So that's the other concern I have.
No, it's all right.
And that's quite a ways from the wetlands.
well, I mean, you can
Legitimate.
on this plan here, you can see I mean, it is a significant hill behind the house.
Right.
You know, I really have a hard time seeing that as a wetland,
Right.
listed as a wetland
Right.
still. Also, the neighbor's house is completely
In the middle of the.
in the middle of the wetland.
Can you bring up the wetlands thing again?
Yeah.
So the clearing, show with the mouse, show where the clearing is going to be
It's right along that border there.
Yeah, it's
on the road. The road is
There and then the long Boulder.
Well, there's actually some distance between the DEC and the DEC line and the proposed driveway.
Yeah, I would recommend only clearing the Boulder Court area. Do not touch the blue lot until
Yeah.
DEC gets back to you.
As if they get back
Yeah.
to us.
And what if they don't
clearing
get
to
back
the
to them?
north of where the mouse
The,
is?
the clearing's north, it's in Boulder Court.
It's along
Only,
Boulder
right.
Court.
Only on Boulder Court.
And
Everything north of the wetland is really what you would consider grubbing. It's just grass. It's not.
closest point of the wetland.
Probably
I want to see if it's 100 feet.
from the wetlands?
Yeah,
Yeah.
You can't go by that hashed area as definitive exact.
Yeah.
So again, if you're gonna do any clearing right now, I would strongly recommend only in that Boulder Court area.
Right.
Do not touch the lot.
have a little
Wow,
line.
it's just outside.
Right. Which
And
is, I
roadway-
think, what they're planning on doing.
This area now?
slightly.
Part of the area in the blue area.
No.
You mean
So you just do this now and
no,
There's a section,
he's good with that.
where the wall's gonna go? Is that what you're talking
the
about?
northern part of the blue
Yeah. Yeah.
cyan area, there's some clearing, proposed clearing,
Right.
and then Boulder Court.
So I will say that Boulder Court is, based on our estimates, Parker just measured it. It looks like it's just over 100 feet away. So it should actually be slightly outside of that map wetland area. Wouldn't be within jurisdiction under the state's code. And the village doesn't have any code about, I don't think we have any or wetlands. Yeah, I don't think we have any code in the village about it. So
Well, once we get the wetlands mapped, that's gonna give us a really good,
yeah,
just to make sure. Yeah, he's gonna,
well, he's gonna find a quote about
Right.
it. And, right?
Yeah, I mean, I guess that would matter on how the DEC comes back saying if there is an actual wetland there, we would have to get it located then.
yeah, but
Well,
if-
wouldn't it be more that if you're gonna go to this extent, bring in land use, have them mark out, first come out and see if there's
Yeah.
any wetlands, and then have them mark it out,
Yeah, correct.
yeah.
and then DEC is just gonna go out and look at it and say, yeah, it looks good to me, or, you know, this should go over 5 feet, or I found something underneath here you guys didn't see, that's
Yeah.
wetland
Land
vegetation.
use guys might say, I don't see it, and then you convince the DEC.
Right.
Issue a letter of non-jurisdiction.
Wait, so you're saying that by doing this, it would be in their benefit and
Yes.
speed it along,
Yes,
but we could still let them clear.
Clear on
Yes.
the report.
On Boulder Court.
Yeah,
Not,
in
I,
Boulder
would, I
Court
wouldn't touch.
only.
Like I agree with Dan. I wouldn't touch.
Boulder
the,
Court's not near the
Yeah.
wetlands, so yeah.
Is that a happy medium?
Take what you can get.
Okay.
I mean, really, we would love, you guys have done everything that we've asked in, what,
I guess if the case happens where the DC doesn't get back to us by, you said January 8th. So what would happen then? Would we just have to
We-
keep
we-
waiting for them, or?
A lot would depend on what your consultant would find. If he goes out there next week and goes, there's nothing here,
Okay.
we're done. If he
Gotcha.
goes up, we got a rare, whatever sitting in there, then you gotta go back to Plan B and say, what do we do? Besides pulling it out of the ground.
Let's say he
But-
does go out there next week, finds nothing, or the DEC answers tomorrow.
Right.
Do I need to wait for another month to get an actual formal approval at a meeting, or can we?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, you will need that. Yeah. But again, I understand your total, you've been very patient with us, but, yeah, it's part of the process. It's also to some extent for your protection, and it's only a couple of weeks away. I know you'd go out there with a chainsaw tomorrow and start chopping, but,
Right.
in most cases, being able to get your guys to come in during the holidays,
Holidays, yeah, it's tough.
it's, yeah, I'm sure you do. Yeah.
Well, if I can clear, how quickly would I get that permit?
I mean, we can work on it in hopefully the next couple days.
Please?
Yeah. We just have to. I think we probably just use this plan set. Yeah, couple days.
You have the update.
I do.
Yeah,
Yeah,
yeah.
I just have to put
Yep.
in the tree clearing grading set, and then we'll have to go from there.
And
but-
then, just for the next meeting, do we have a, planting, vegetation?
Yeah,
We do.
that's
It's in the
included
record set.
in
Yeah,
the
so-
plan set
It should be.
further towards the back.
There you go.
Okay.
That's it. Yep.
Yeah, that's the.
So we can review that before.
I think the one previous was the planting.
Yes. Yeah, I'll have it ready. Yeah. Oh, should we do that tonight? I don't know. We also have a construction cost estimate if you guys wanted to review a potential performance bond, but I know it's way in ahead in advance.
We have to do that because we're just having them go ahead with preliminary work, so,
Yeah, okay.
I don't know, we could do that with the formal.
With the
approval.
formal, okay. So we can have all drafts prepared for the part 3 and formal pending,
Right.
the additional information and go from there.
It's just very open-ended, because I'm completely at the mercy of what DEC comes back with,
Mhm.
if they come back with.
No, not really. I mean, if you are able to delineate or, have a consultant
Okay.
Right.
give you confirmation that there's nothing there.
Yeah.
I mean, that really makes our job easier. We can go to part 3 and feel pretty confident that we're good.
Yeah.
Okay. So let's say I get them to go out there next week, and they say there's nothing there. I'll give that to Dan, and then you're saying for January 8th, then we would come on ideally get this approved, saying there is no well in there.
Yep.
And that would be the last item that's open.
Yeah,
So we
I-
could do-
Part two, we could do part 2, part 3, site plan approval,
and the
performance bond,
Yep.
everything.
Yep.
Okay.
Just as long as when they mark your guy marks the wetlands out, you contact the EC immediately and say, hey, look, they're out there. We want to get going. We got the time constraint. Can you come out and review the stakes?
Understood. Okay.
Well, and technically, part 2 is technically done tonight. We just have to amend the one attachment slightly just to include the only recommendation from the board is that the DC comes, you guys go out, get flagging and. Yeah, so the part 2 is good. It's just part 3 left and then resolution, which we'll have a draft ready as well. Just to try to not, so we can, I guess, the board can, if they have the option to, bang it out at one meeting.
We can do it.
Great.
We're gonna do it.
Okay.
Okay,
Right.
so are we voting to give him his clearing permit?
No, we don't.
Well, you would vote if you wanted to clear the roadway. If you
Yeah.
wanted to permit the
Okay.
roadway, or what you want to permit tonight, you would have to make some kind of vote to just,
Okay.
yeah.
All right.
Yes, you want to
Sure.
make a motion to.
We don't have the actual document in front of us, but
We do it. So we have the clearing plan. So you could just say make a motion to approve the clearing plan as presented this day. You might just say only to Boulder Court, or if you want to do the whole thing, it's up to the board. But
I think Boulder Court, there's no reason
yeah,
to do it for
okay,
anything
so
else.
at least for Boulder Court.
And it's away from the wetlands, theoretically.
Right. So I'll make a motion to give approval to a clearing plan for Boulder Court based on the discussion tonight.
Within
Limited to Boulder Court, yeah, right.
And I'll second the motion.
all in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
All right.
Thank you.
Steps
Thank you for your
forward,
patience.
one step, two step.
Getting there.
Have a good holiday.
Thank you, guys. Thank you. Thank you.
Yes.
Something else.
Thank you, guys. I just
Oh, no,
a lot of open stuff. I'm like,
Yeah, but you can't just shut that off. I mean, those are questions that we have to answer.
Yeah.
So,
I mean, they knew it was a problem.
Okay.
thank you. So I think next is Deerfield.
Deerfield, yep.
Kevin Deerfield.
Right.
They really weren't on that.
I think I have.
Yes.
Yeah.
Yeah,
Hey, nobody's here. Okay.
Yes, good. V7 Deerfield.
Yeah. Oh,
Yeah.
you're right there. I'm sorry.
I am here. Hello.
Hi, good
Oh,
evening.
what's-
Come on up if
Come on
you'd
up.
You
like.
go, yeah.
Yeah.
Just,
Yeah, go ahead.
mhm.
Okay.
if I could, before we start, just a real quick question. The reason these folks are here is because they're putting in retaining walls, and retaining walls are greater than 4 feet.
Yes.
That's it. They're only 4.6 rather than,
Because the retaining was falling down during the storm.
understood, yeah, yeah, yeah.
So it's a replacement and like.
Yeah, and it's actually built already. This is an emergency repair. It's already completed. We've actually gone out there with, it was originally me, Angus Graham, and we had Kevin Cooper for helping us for building, and we all went out there and inspected it. This is just the final step to get that, the planning process. Similar to, again, it just happens to be a type 1 action because of the
Right.
height.
Okay,
So,
all right.
So we are okay.
Yep. So,
Yeah.
okay. Did you say Kevin Kubik?
no, Cooper, I'm sorry.
Oh, okay.
No.
Oh,
He's our head of
Um,
code enforcement, but.
I'll make a motion to approve.
Oh, not yet. We still need
Oh.
some.
Oh, never mind.
So, I was just trying to give it. Sorry, yeah. There's still.
That would be quick.
I should have. Oh, I should have just been quiet. Now I feel bad.
No, it's all right.
Okay. So yeah. So this is exactly what it said, right? This was a retaining wall that failed back in 2024 following the rainstorm
Yes.
in August of 24. An emergency permit was issued in April of 25 to replace it. So there, as you can see there is a 3-tiered retaining wall system located at the northern portion, right directly north of the house. The bottom wall actually stayed up during the storm. It was the above 2 walls,
Yeah.
which had to be
We split the
replaced.
top wall two short wall.
Okay.
Originally was 2 levels, not 3 levels. They are shorter,
All right.
Engineer design based on the survey.
Yeah.
Yeah, after fix it in the updated survey.
So it's only the walls in the back of the house, right?
Yes,
But
Okay.
only two are new.
Right.
The top
Right.
two.
yeah, the low
yes.
is, no, it's okay.
Now,
but,
there's some walls on the other side of the property line. Are they associated with this residence? or
those
the
were
one
existing.
Next.
Oh wait, those are actually the adjacent residents. So the
Oh,
walls
okay,
there, that's
okay.
for 5 Deerfield. Those were previously approved by the planning board and the zoning board through several variances that were required. So those are currently there,
Okay.
and we're there on inspection too. So, but yeah. So in terms of the issue, it's a lot of just kind of procedural stuff. Again, because of the village code, this happens to be a type 1 action, so we do require the full environmental assessment form. So we can help you guys out on that, but it's a form that basically talks about environmental impacts potential for this. So that's something that we have to technically require for the record, and we can send that to you and show you kind of what the information is. So,
Try to understand.
yeah,
So they have to do an environmental full?
a full, the type 1 action, unfortunately. So we have to do something called, there's something called SECRA, and it's basically an environmental review. So,
Because original was the wall is like this.
Right.
yeah.
Yeah, nothing, you just fix the falling wall.
Yeah.
Because if you had come for a permit before constructing, or if you'd come for a permit to replace the wall, you would have had to fill out this form as part of the environmental process. So what Dan's saying is, you know, you have to fill the form out. It's a formality, you know, but it's something that's required by state and village code. So it's not shouldn't be a big difficulty.
No, it's available online too.
Well, what we should do?
There's an online form that we have to fill out for the application. So it's an online form.
There's no another board meeting, planning board meeting.
Well, there would be.
There
Becau-
will be.
Yeah, because
why?
well,
I don't understand.
Wow.
Because
So, wait, hold on,
originally
hold on,
we
hold
have
on.
the retaining walls.
wait, I'll explain.
Originally
Wait, I have to
retaining
explain.
walls,
We have to start over again.
No, you don't have to start. No. It's not a start over. So this is all procedural at this point. It's just
These are not the new retaining wall. Yes, the original retaining wall.
Understand.
It was there.
but
Right,
but it's also slightly. It's not the
Right.
exact same as what was there.
You had a,
Just the positions are the same.
mhm. But
The positions are same, but only the top one, we split the top one to 2 levels.
correct.
Exactly.
But the size is not increased.
Right, but the height wise of the wall, if a wall goes above 4 feet, it becomes a type 1 action. So,
But if it's split apart,
right,
it's the whole
Wall.
the whole wall. So each piece of the wall. It shouldn't be that hard to do.
You
and
mean
it's
we
just-
have to repeat?
you don't have to
No,
change,
it's not a
no,
whole
It's a
process.
form.
So-
it's a form, you
Just a
just,
form you have to fill out.
And fill out form and waiting for another 2 months for, again, this meeting?
Yeah.
Well,
because
Because we already.
Well,
takes
explain.
Very, very long time.
That's
you know.
really scary.
Mhm.
The study
Don't be scared.
August
It's
18th,
nothing,
and
yeah,
we
your,
fix the
your,
wall.
your wall is fine. This is just a process that the village requires. You have to fill the form out, you get it back into the village. On January 8th, we have another meeting and we approve it. Well, if you can, yeah.
Well, technically we have to do a whole coordinated review.
You gotta,
I'm sorry.
no, it's
What?
not your fault.
It's just we're thinking about this code and see if it's possible to work around this, but the type 1 act.
Please,
Why don't we get this in the first place?
I don't understand.
So you guys got
We could
you
have done this
well
half year.
well so you guys got what's called an emergency permit. It bypasses. You basically go in front of this whole process. Oh, I'm so sorry. This whole process, so you can get the wall built. Then this would have normally been required first.
Yeah.
But you have the wall built now.
I mean, even after we apply this plan board, it's already, we applied in September, right?
We
Uh,
we are private.
yeah.
September, yes.
Yeah.
We finished the,
We could have
we
started that,
finished the wall.
Yeah.
so we don't
Yeah.
have to do twice.
Well, you're not really doing anything twice.
We're going to pay him twice.
You're not paying
You're
again.
not paying anything.
Okay.
You're done
No,
paying.
it's
Yeah,
just-
no, it's
This
no.
is just, you have to fill the form out.
It's a
and
free
that's-
form.
Yeah, because
Yeah, I can imagine.
long
Yeah.
time now.
It's all
Yeah.
it is. It's yes.
Full job finished on
The form
August.
is just yes
Right.
and no questions. So you're going to get a form that says, did you do this? Yes. Is it that? No. You know, and that's all it is. Sign it, hand it in, you're good.
And then we're done.
But
Have to pay anything.
you don't have to pay anything. You don't need anything else.
Absolutely, yeah.
Scared,
No more money.
Yeah.
I was struck by a very bad.
Yeah. Yeah.
Yeah, we can.
close it as soon as possible.
Yeah.
We paid him for $30,000, he did nothing, and we have to pay another one.
Oh, Jesus.
Until
Excuse my
now,
French.
we sent complaint to,
Better business.
Support
county
contractors,
affair.
yeah.
Right.
And there's no result.
Yeah.
So
Yeah,
I'm
it's
suffered
we are
by a
suffering,
very
really
big
is.
deal.
Because it's a for
And I
a long
can
time.
never imagine in United States there was this kind of
Yeah.
fraud.
Right. Right.
And
No.
Anyway, yeah, but anyway, supposed to make it simpler, we
Stop,
fill
stop.
out,
Let's do it, just.
yeah, fill out the form and give us approval as soon as possible. But
So-
it's a very, very long time already.
I understand. I know. Again, I wasn't. We weren't there up front. I wish if I was the staff at the time of this whole initial happening, we would have been on top of this. It's just we only started here a couple months ago, and we've been trying the best we can to get it where it needs to be. It is always required for everyone. Everyone in the village who has a retaining wall of
And
this height has to do it. So
Yeah.
it's unfortunately just the process.
Yeah.
It's no worries. So yeah.
I'm suffering.
Yes, absolutely. Yeah, we do. We honestly, we understand. So,
It's just paperwork.
yeah, that's all it is.
Just the paperwork.
Right.
Okay, but you said that we still need to go to another meeting.
Well, the final permit, once you don't have to come, we can just approve it once we have the paperwork. Yeah, right, yes. You don't have to show back up. Yeah, right.
Yeah, you don't have to come back. I mean,
Yeah.
technically-
Approved, it just needs to be on the form.
it's yeah. So there's more
Yeah.
steps, right? But
Yeah, understood.
there's a bunch of legal stuff that has to happen. Where once you submit that form, this board has to technically.
Let's finish.
Yeah, okay.
I'm sorry. This board has to technically send the application to other boards. No, it's okay. So they have to tend to send that application to other boards to make sure there's no concern, and that's a 30-day process. So that's once you get that form in. So on January 8th, once we have that form, it's,
Forget about it.
It should be okay.
We'll be okay. It's not.
yeah,
It's easier than
we handle most of it.
Please.
Staff is handling most of it. We'll do the coordinating. We'll with the board. We'll do
Right.
a lot of this procedural stuff.
Especially
We just
if
need you-
Have to come second time.
You
It's
just
great.
need
Yeah.
Yeah.
Just need you to work on that one.
Fill out form,
Yes, but I'll let you
Right.
know. We'll probably not tomorrow, but we'll
Right,
schedule.
right.
Yeah, as soon as possible.
Okay.
She's doing good. She's holding up for you. Good job. Yes. Oh, absolutely. I can't imagine.
Well,
Yeah.
Is it variances?
Yeah. Yeah, we had,
It's gonna take more.
there was, I mean, unfortunately, a lot of the walls in the village are old, and they're getting to that point where they have to be replaced, and a lot of people buy houses not realizing it, and all of a sudden, yeah,
no, I could imagine.
yeah, I mean,
I was
Yeah,
shaking
that's
at
more-
night,
No.
midnight.
Yeah, we'll schedule something.
What I
And then we'll
right.
He
okay,
made me
we'll
any
do.
money.
Okay.
And I finally decided to give up the $30,000,
Yeah.
and I go get for another.
Right.
And
Oh,
and I'm fighting. I don't know.
Yeah.
good luck.
Good luck,
Yeah,
guys.
good luck.
Yeah.
Have a good
Thank
night.
you.
All right.
Take care.
Thank you.
Bye-bye.
All right.
I'm so sorry.
No, no.
Oh, don't be
no,
sorry.
Nothing.
Do nothing wrong. You're welcome. I will email you. Yes, we'll follow up.
All right. Good night, guys.
Night.
Okay, so we have some procedural things to do here.
Yeah, we do.
So can I get a motion to declare a village lead agency?
Also motion.
We do that again.
What? It says right here.
Wait for what?
Oh, pursuant to secret.
Wait, where's it say that in the?
At the bottom of the, no, Here, I'm reading. Is that incorrect?
I think they just wanted them to leave.
Oh, it said, so we can't today because we don't have the FEA yet.
Oh, okay.
Technically, you need to have
Okay.
it first before to do
Okay.
it.
All right.
I don't know if we want to talk about the other outstanding issues, but there are a couple.
Right.
We'll meet with them, so we'll talk to them about what's going on.
The setbacks, right?
Setbacks. If you look at the survey up there,
Yeah.
it's built. I know it's
Yeah.
built right on the property line. What Lewis it
that's-
appears to be. We
But
need
that's
them.
the existing wall, right? That's
So
Yeah.
that one's
Well,
no, that
theirs
was-
is close.
That was replaced. So that one, that's what we have to probably verify because you look the old building permit set. I don't know if we have access to it. It's not very clear. It just shows what happened after it fell was surveyed. It didn't survey what was there before.
Have you looked at it?
I have. I've gone through it. So
How
if
close is it
this wall?
to the line?
Oh, I
property
mean,
line.
it's hard to tell because it's right between because 5J foot's also right there. I mean, it looks like within 5 feet. It does look within.
Yeah.
there.
But wouldn't that have come up when they bought the house? Like, doesn't that come up in?
Not well.
No?
Not typically.
Oh, okay.
I mean, right, that's the prior site plan, right?
Yeah, so this right here is what was submitted as part of the emergency building permit.
Right, okay.
The walls are falling down here, so you can see it just shows the portions that were left standing following the storm. I guess they didn't have a survey of them before.
Right.
We have files from the 90s though, so we're still kind of diving through the record of this one. But
When they got the emergency permit, wouldn't it have specified where the wall?
it should have.
It should have.
We've noticed the last couple emergency. I know it's it just
Right.
things were missed because they're emergency permits. They're kind of they were rushed in the past. We are revising our process for that now, but we're kind of cleaning it up. That's basically what's going on right
So
now.
they may have to go to the ZBA.
They might have to go to ZBA depending on that setback, which I didn't want to tell them they have to revise the survey to show it, but that's typically what's required. It's different. No, so even the approved emergency building permit plan differs from what's on site right now. Not by much. If you scroll down
Can
to
you, I mean, is
that was
it,
what was proposed. You can see the walls kind of connect to each other
Yeah.
and they flow into each other. Where currently it's segmented as 3 distinct parts.
can you try to convince them to get a professional to help them?
An expediter?
Yeah, I wanted to. Huh?
Whoever did
Yeah, well, they have.
You need a microphone? Sorry.
Oh, sorry. He was referring to the plans.
No, I know, but I'm just saying,
So you're saying like an expediter?
Buddy,
Help them.
I mean,
Yeah.
otherwise they're gonna lose their minds.
I know. Yeah, I mean, we can talk to them. I mean, I'll invite them in. We can invite them in staff next week and kind of figure that out, help them out because obviously we want to be as helpful as we can for them. And it's difficult for them to come here because understanding what was required and
I think for everyone in the village who's not familiar with this, who buys a house in the village, potentially on a slope, no one knows what
Exactly.
what it involves,
yeah.
what it could potentially involve, and it sounds like they got defrauded on top of everything.
Right.
So the tension for them is really high. Plus, I also am kind of hearing that they're like, you mean it's not approved? We might have to do it again,
I know.
when really that's not what's going to happen.
I'm sure they don't even understand what an emergency permit meant.
Yeah,
And I
no
think
one
I kind of
does.
read that when I
Yeah.
saw their correspondence.
Yeah.
All right.
And I will say it's unfortunate because we've been like when I've been there and again we had Angus with us and it's it's a beautiful wall. They built it very well.
Right.
They did put railings there to make for just like required by the building code because the separation of height, the drainage structures when Angus was there, we all seem to be maintained and built in accordance with. Again, it differs a little from the plans where the walls are, but it was pretty close. The staff report talks about that, like being like, well, technically we should have revised drainage, and because every other applicant who's gone before this, including their own neighbors, have had that. But I understand because it's like, okay, it really is up to the board, real for a certain extent of if you're okay with staff inspecting, right? I mean, what do you think of that?
I'm not seeing the difference.
How feasible would it be for them, and it's hard for me to tell, but the wall here, that probably encroaches How high is that? wall?
So it's not shown on the plans. They're typically range between 4'4" and 5 feet. About each tier of it. So you wanna-
No, we were just saying, it's close enough, you know, the setbacks have been established previously by what was the existing wall.
I mean, I'm okay with that.
Yeah.
I mean, I think we all.
Yeah, so they don't have to go back, you know,
I know. I just
the variances and all that nonsense.
Well, I mean, but we've
because
been-
they've already established
but
it
we've
from
been-
what was there.
We've been doing this, right? We've been sending people to the ZBA for similar things,
Yeah.
right?
Yeah. There's been 2 recent ones.
2 recent ones.
Yeah.
Yeah, so it's not fair.
That's
I
the only
understand.
reason.
We
And I
need to
feel
be
bad bringing it
uniform.
up, but I just.
But, yeah.
Yeah.
Could that wall though be
Yes.
cut back?
She's foiling. Okay, so that
Oh.
there wasn't. Yeah, the neighbor directly next door had multiple variances, multiple
Right.
same emergency building
Yeah.
and drainage. You're right.
Yeah.
All right.
So we can encourage
Consistent.
we can always encourage them to get someone, an expediter, to help them out throughout the process because
I guess when you email them, you're gonna be emailing, you can ask them that?
yeah, I'll put that in the email to them.
They're gonna
so.
have to pay an expediter, pay for new
Zoning.
drainage calculations, pay for a ZBA.
Maybe they cut it back. Maybe do you think they could possibly cut that wall back over there?
We'd have to go look at it.
Yeah.
If it impedes to potential structural integrity or drain, that's the only.
Asking.
Yeah, no, we could certainly look at it.
See what the heights are at the edges.
There you go.
Looks like only 2 feet.
Josephine?
2 feet.
Oh, the mic. Yep. Yeah.
2 feet
You geared around to it.
on there. It's 46 and 44.
So
Yep.
it's 5 feet at the bottom there,
Look at the top of
Oh,
wall
2
and bottom of
foot.
wall,
Right.
exactly 2 feet.
2
So
feet.
you could probably
That might be able to
grade
be
it
cut
out.
back. It'll cost them, somebody doing it,
they would have to go to the
But-
ZBA.
they might not need the ZBA fees. I don't know.
Well, then I guess it's just, you have to decide what's least expensive. But I feel bad because we were like, it's not gonna cost you anything
Well,
else.
I know. I wasn't even thinking.
Because I didn't realize, I feel disingenuous.
Yeah, I feel bad too. I should have. I wasn't thinking either about the fees for the CBA.
Yeah,
Unless we do
try
just
to replace
referral.
that
to-
wall. Grade it out.
Just in the area
Right.
where it would
Yeah,
impact.
no,
the
board trustees.
Setback.
I think you bring it before the board of trustees potentially waive. the
I mean,
fee.
it's a modular,
If what to waive a fee? We were saying.
Oh, to waive the
Yeah, we
fee.
were
Okay.
saying it's. I think that's board of trustees. I think.
if,
Yeah, it's because everyone else had to. I'll talk to
Okay.
them. I can say.
Sorry,
we-
you have to.
It's okay. It's yeah, well, look. I mean, I'll talk to them and I'll tell them what happened and I'll try to best explain to them the whole process.
this section is a modular wall. I mean, if they, as Lee's been saying, if they were able to remove the upper module, like, I forget the term, but whatever that flat part is on top, take that off, take,
Capstone?
Take
yeah,
out-
the capstone.
Take out a couple of feet of
Right,
wall,
even one. I mean,
and then
really,
grade it
once they
out.
get below 4 feet,
and they don't
then they don't have to worry about a ZBA.
Yeah.
And, I
But
mean,
they still have new drainage calculated.
Well, we don't have anything for drainage. That's the.
Oh, you need that anyway.
Huh?
You need that
We
anyway.
typically always require drainage just because, especially in this part. This is, I don't know if you guys remember from the 3 foot application, but it's like almost like a big swell between all 3 of these properties where it just
Right.
kind of goes through. And I
Yeah,
think it does end up on theirs.
But the drainage calculations are,
Always required.
no, I know,
Oh,
but
sorry.
it gets done and it's by an engineer and it's done, the CBA is time and money.
Yeah. I mean, unless, well, I would say it's not in place in kind because it is different now. They split the wall into 2, so I don't think we can, because we can verify if the setback is any different from the previous wall, but that would really just be more so about for the ZBA's case, being like, hey, this matches what was there. It's not really. I don't know if we can waive the variance requirement. I don't think we can. Yeah.
If you have a CO for a wall, if the wall's in place, in a, a certain location, and you have a CO for that, then you've established a
But
setback.
I don't think there is a CO. Isn't that the problem?
There's there's one for the
Well,
there's one for the 90s, yeah, for the
there
previous
is.
wall, yeah. So they were there,
This is Deerfield Court.
yeah.
This house has been-
And everything else,
Yeah,
yeah,
yeah.
and everything on the property is CO'd. There's besides for this one item, this is everything else has been approved. It's been, he's done everything the right process.
So if they have a CO for the previous wall, then they had a variance already.
Well, no, I think it was CEU. And,
Oh.
yeah. From I think CEU is 1990, either 1990, 1991.
Well, I mean, to see you, because this house is built, new.
Right.
I mean, it was a CO then. I
Built
gotta.
in,
We can. Okay, maybe I'm mistaken.
back
I'd be mixing it up. We can pull it up actually. Oh, a CO. I apologize.
We had this with, was the neighbor, the one that was next to, what's her name? A village employee for so many years,
Denise?
Denise.
Oh,
that the
yeah.
one you're
right,
talking
with the-
about?
with the-
No, that's something else.
That was the one in the driveway with Denise and,
Right.
Frank's-
Because
Frank's
that
daughter.
wall didn't, it didn't, there was no CO. There was no prior approval. It was just there.
You're right. The one you pulled up, I just realized this wall failed at one point and was replaced in 2015. They replaced a wooden retaining wall with no variances in 2015.
Replaced, yeah.
Yeah.
They just
So
did
the
it.
retaining
They
wall
just-
is-
Well, no, they got a CO for it.
They got a CO for it.
Yeah, it's right. Yeah.
subdivision-
I was mixing up the property. I
subdivision
apologize.
Sure.
Right.
And that's the wall that failed in last year during the storm,
Right.
and they replaced it.
And did that
The one
wall,
from 2015?
did that
Yeah,
wall,
that's the one that fell apart. Yeah,
did that wall have the same?
the new one was masonry.
Side yard location as the new one? We know?
Can we pull up that file? Should. Oh, that is a file.
Well, right now, they're connecting,
The 2015, is there a building permit for 2015 in there? It might not be. No, it's not. Oh. Plans are usually at the end of it. Oh, that's.
That's the,
Yeah.
that was the, probably the railroad tie wall.
right.
That was it? No dimensions.
Hold on. Yeah.
We're very trusting.
In here, I don't see anything.
And then no final survey?
For this one,
Yeah.
not that I see. The one we got recently was an as-built survey for the
But
new
you
one.
don't, there's not plans for the walls that might have a site plan?
He's got dimension, oh, no, there's not dimensions.
That's just a survey that's been marked up. There's no
Right.
actual.
So there was a point in time where that stuff was never asked for.
Probably not.
Oh,
I won't. Yeah.
This is the place, what about the original subdivision map from whenever? when-
Oh, for the whole thing, I don't know.
When this was built, it was built probably 80s, right?
I would imagine.
Yeah,
Yeah, late 80s.
Can you zoom into
maybe
that
early
wall? I
90s.
just want to see.
yeah, I think late 80s, 'cause I moved in next door.
So that was the yeah.
On the last house in the old.
Oh, all right.
Yeah,
Right.
my neighbors are part of the subdivision. And I came in 91, Bill, so it was already there, it'd been there.
Right.
so are they saying it's 120 feet long by 7 feet high? 20 by 7,
Right.
160 by 6?
Yep. It's a 20 by 4, oh, that's down there. Yeah.
So we're saying that in 2015, you could get a CO without a final survey as built.
I have
That's
no-
what I'm seeing.
I
right
have
now.
no comment.
Wow. Okay.
Yeah.
Boy, I wish I did more work. Okay, well,
Sorry, guys.
I mean, I think we're pretty clear on just trying to make it as easy as possible,
Yeah.
Yeah.
but yet consistent amongst applications.
I mean, If, what's the side yard setback?
We don't. Oh, 5 feet's the code. Yeah.
If, if you went back to that previous plan, it looks like they're connecting into an existing wall, which was permitted according to the documentation. So.
Yeah, let's.
At that, with that in mind, does, they built into an existing wall. It doesn't look like where they're bringing the new wall in is within that 5 feet. So maybe they don't need
Well,
the
if you,
variance?
you want to click on the survey for the new one. So the new walls are the bottom, the southernmost, the northernmost one, the smallest one. That was left standing. The southernmost are both new.
Oh, everything else is.
Everything
I'm
else is
going the
new.
wrong way.
Yeah. So
Okay.
those all failed. The one that's northernmost is the one that stayed standing, and they repaired
Alright,
as
so
part of
that,
it.
those two are all completely new.
They're all rebuilt, and they're a little, and they're different than what was originally there.
Yeah, I mean, I think that,
They should
Still
take
gotta
out-
do
They
it.
should take out 2 feet of wall.
yeah. Yep.
It's the easiest thing.
Yeah. We can go measure too. We can
Look at
go.
that.
Yeah, you should check that out.
We can go back on site and
yeah.
we can do that.
We got it.
Sorry.
No, don't be, it's not your fault.
No, I just feel bad. It's
Feet,
so
so-
that's so.
I mean, that's just a small section of that wall that would have to,
I won't even mention it.
there's
Real
probably
estate,
nothing, there's probably no
I couldn't
fabric
find
behind
the,
there, right?
Subdivision map, Dan, and see what it
Just-
says there.
Yeah,
on
but
this
I
place lot.
even with that.
They wouldn't have shown, in the subdivision map, they wouldn't have shown the detail on the wall, they would have just shown maybe some grading but
Mhm.
Yeah.
not back then.
Yeah,
They would have been more
yeah.
interested in the property lines and, setbacks and stuff like that. All right, we beat this one.
Anything else?
Yeah. Oh, on this
Oh.
one? No. Well, we got
No,
more.
no, no.
Yeah.
More projects though, yeah.
Okay.
East Main Street.
415, 417 East Main Street.
What's going on?
Hi.
Review. Good, good.
Good.
Oh, sure.
You want expedited
Are you sure?
stuff,
Yeah,
the
I'll
people-
leave it right here for you.
I think they paid, did I hear they paid their architect or engineer $30,000.
That was a
Contractor.
Contractor. Yeah. Yeah, it's awful.
Contractor didn't build the wall? Yeah.
No.
So they're
No.
out 30,000.
Yep,
Create some distrust.
That's
a little bit.
Okay.
Get this party started.
Who wants to start? Dan?
I could go if you want. Yeah. All right. So, you guys might remember this one. Obviously, it's been a couple years throughout the board. So this is project for 415, 417 on Main Street. The applicants come before to propose what is currently two existing separate 3-story mixed-use buildings, particularly containing retail and office space, into one combined building, which will have retail and office on the ground floor. We'll have about 8 apartments above, spread throughout the second and third stories on the project. So during the last review, this last time this was here was on January 17th, 24. Basically, it was at a point where we understand that I believe it was the applicant changed at that point, or there was a change in the design.
Well,
Fresh-
no, Dominic Perillo unfortunately passed away. There was some change with corporations and things like that, I think even prior to that. The applicant originally submitted an application to the zoning board, that's what you're talking about?
I was just gonna get to the
Yeah,
CBA.
okay,
Yeah, I was.
With some information that was confusing, so I recreated it and resubmitted it and clarified for the record.
Yeah.
Is that what you were asking? I wasn't paying attention.
No, it's
so
okay.
sorry.
No, I just meant I was back in the planning board's
Okay, sorry.
context. No, it's fine. So yeah, I guess to build on that, right? So that's what happened. Because of that, again, at the time there were outstanding issues, but I think staff agreed at that point it could go ahead for the zoning board anyways, because it was just to help continue moving forward and given the circumstances. So zoning board from that point was submitted, I think, a month or two later. It was reviewed between March of 24 to I think just when did we end? July of 2025, and eventually August is when it was approved for potential variances. When it was first submitted, there were 3 variances indicated being required, but mostly about minimum lot area for a freestanding apartment, and also having apartments on Main Street and East Main Street where they typically aren't permitted for freestanding apartments. The thing is, though, that this isn't actually considered a freestanding apartment; it's mixed use. So we clarified the record during the zoning board process that it's mixed use. So you only need 1 variance was with the floor area ratio, which it's two is the maximum. They have approximately 2.2 proposed, so they got the variance permitting the floor area ratio of 2.2 as opposed.
I thought with the previous application, there were a lot more issues than just the floor area.
Yes.
So there's possibly going to be more variances required.
Well, at this point, they
Like-
addressed a lot of them as part of the zoning board submission, and
So like a loading zone, no loading
We
zone?
got-
we have to talk about that
we
tonight.
got parking too. so-
Yeah,
Well,
I'm still
that's-
I'm getting
that's like
to
a whole
that.
part-
Yeah.
okay,
Oh, I'm sorry.
so-
I'm sorry. That was.
No, I know.
I'm
I
sorry.
was surprised that there was only the one.
It was. Yeah. It was the one of
Well,
the.
it was originally 5, and then it whittled down to 1 after the board realized that it was a mixed-use building, not a freestanding apartment. If you remember at the previous planning board meeting, we had discussion about the parking. It was kind of up in the air if we would have to go back to Board of Zoning Appeals for a parking variance. At that time, Andy Freeling had said that there was I can't remember how he stated it. John, maybe you remember something about parking demand, downtown parking demand. There was like some type of committee created. They were reviewing something with parking for buildings that lack parking, because there's many of them. I don't know what came of that, and obviously Andy is no longer with the village, so I'm not sure. don't
Yeah,
know.
I can
You
touch base on that.
elaborate.
Yeah. So he was trying to do. Originally, he talked. You guys might remember park and stall demand reduction, which is the study adopted by Suffolk County. The problem is at this time it's not something that's been formally adopted by the village, and I don't think we've been given the green light to procedurally proceed with that going forward. So there is a big discussion about parking here and the loading spaces. The zoning board did clarify that if any additional variances required, it'd be referred back to them. This was just for the initial building and kind of, it was something I think I guess I wasn't there at the time, but something that was agreed on just to allow them to get some procedural elements while they continue to resolve the other outstanding issues.
I don't recall there ever being like a loading dock variance on the table. I just recall there being discussion about it.
I 100% remember that as being, you have
There's
to,
issues
like,
about- yeah.
Okay, so it's a mixed-use building.
Yeah.
Any mixed-use building needs to have a loading zone. So if you're not going to have it, then you need to get a variance because it's part of the code.
So,
We indicated a loading space
yeah,
behind the building.
not a loading dock though, like not an actual loading dock.
Yeah.
Yeah.
No,
So-
not a dock. If I said dock, I
It-
misspoke.
It's all in the, yeah, it's
Okay.
coming up. So but yeah, I know where you're coming from. So we're gonna get to that point because there is some questions about that. And you'll see those kind of come up. I guess I first want to jump into the, parking, all right? Well, there's 2 things. This is a conditional use project, because they kind of define mixed use buildings in the the C1, and certain times where they would be considered something called new apartments. Typically, if it was a conversion of an apartment or a conversion of an existing space, like say it's just retail, or a conversion or expansion of an apartment, not expansion, I'm sorry, basically a conversion of an apartment or a legalization of an apartment within an existing space, it wouldn't technically be considered what they call a new apartment or conditional use, because these buildings are being combined. There's also a small increase to the square footage of there, right? There's a 396 square feet for egress ways and other accessories, right? That combination ends up kind of, what we found, pushes into that threshold of a new apartment, meaning it's something that requires both site plan and conditional use. So as part of the conditional use, there's several standards. The first one of those regards parking. So I'll read it specifically just to kind of, it's a little tricky, but it just says, parking for residences will be in an adjacent separate lot or in a reserved section of the parking area on site. This reserved section must be adequately marked, landscaped, and otherwise demarcated from commercial parking. So this is where, I wasn't here for prior discussion, so I'm not sure where it was left off. There was some indication in the record it may have been resolved, but the more we delved into the site history and the parking, it seems like we have some kind of outstanding issues. What I want to clarify quick is that as currently configured, the building has a parking demand of 31 parking stalls. Based on the calculations they submitted, that's based on the number of apartments, including the retail space, and I think the office that's laid out throughout the building. The plan itself indicates that there's 40 stalls, which are currently considered to be allotted from the previous uses on the on the current project site, meaning that they're according to the application, the current parking demand, right, it's within the allotted spaces. So we delved into those allotted spaces, try to kind of understand the background of it, where they're really coming from, and what's on the site. So it's kind of a little tricky because they're two distinct buildings, right? So 415 Main Street, that is the one to the, I guess you call it the easternmost, the northeast, the smaller building, had a previous site plan approval in the past. I have there's an appendix here with the actual dates of the site history, so it's all in the record. But they had previous site plan approval in the past that indicated they had 2 on-site parking stalls and 11 parking stalls that were grandfathered in.
Can I just ask a question?
Yes.
Does that site plan exist in your files, showing the 2 parking stalls?
We're still,
I'm just curious to know where those ever
well,
were.
that's what we're
Yeah,
confused
it's
too.
like a very mysterious thing.
I don't, no, it's okay. I don't have all the records in front of me. We didn't have full time to get into.
Yeah.
We're still going
into
into it.
because I wasn't sure if that actually was in the
Oh,
file.
you
or
email.
if
I'm
it-
so sorry. You did email me. So this was done by former planning staff in the past. 2019, Jen Sigler prepared a whole report about it and pulled up all the documents. It was all referenced in the documentation. We were still kind of going through it, just kind of ran out of time, But that's something obviously we further looking to clarify. But based on the record and those reports of the planners in the past, that's what it said. It was there's 2 on-site parking stalls, 11 were considered grandfathered in, and that was the most recent. What we had is a site plan approval that related to parking. There were some subsequent changes of the uses that either did go to planning or they didn't. Parking seemed to kind of either be unaddressed or was brought to the attention of it, and there's actually an attachment of the report explaining a lot of it, but wasn't fully forced. So that was the most recent approval we have for that building. For 17 Main Street, it's a little more complicated. There is a approximately, again, formal site plan approval with 2 on-site parking spaces, 13 spaces which are considered grandfathered in from historic uses, and 15 spaces that were accounted for as a pileup at a rate at $550 per parking space. So if you combine all those together, it roughly equates to 43 parking stalls. That includes the grandfathered spaces, the 4 spaces previously indicated to be on site or separate, each of those separate parcels, and the 15 spaces that are accounted for during pileup.
Can I
But-
ask for what use, though, those were granted for?
One was professional office and one was retail, if I'm not mistaken.
I think you're right.
Hmm?
I think you're right.
Yeah, it's professional office and retail.
And this use is a intensification of the required parking.
That's true. The parking requirement is lowered for this because the C1 district specifically, so I think it's 0.5 spaces per one apartment unit.
If you pay, if you pay for parking and you change the use, do you lose?
Well, that's what I wanted to bring up tonight, right? So it's a little hard here because typically we've talked about just what happened with 242.
I would say if the use is more intense, then you don't grandfather the extra, the uses. If you change to a use that requires more parking, then you need to address the extra parking need, but.
But this is the other way.
Yeah.
This is a reduction.
Yeah,
True.
no, I don't
Yeah.
However, that said, this use is more, so I understand that people are okay with parking a little further away and walking to an office building for work. but this use is people, you know, with their car moving in, people bringing groceries home. It's to say it's de-intensified might,
Well, it's all about parking ratios and what's in the
Right.
code.
Yeah.
right.
Per code, it's a de-intensification.
Right.
I could tell you that, I lived on East Main Street for many years, and it was also a mixed-use apartment building, and I never was able to park close to my apartment. There was no parking.
Right.
I had to lug my groceries.
How
and,
many,
you know,
how
it's
many
just-
apartments were in your apartment space?
I think there was 7, if I remember
Okay.
correctly. There was between 5 and 7.
Okay.
This was many years ago, 2006.
So give it a
Oh,
mic.
sorry.
You know, it's okay. He just can't. It's hard to.
So
over.
it's not,
Yeah, can you maybe move up?
It's okay. I'm sorry to. He just.
actually, I am gonna move up. Yeah, I mean, it's definitely not uncommon for the village to have that type of scenario. You know, I used to be able to get the little village parking sticker and park in the municipal parking lot. Sometimes I would find parking, sometimes I wouldn't. It was still a walk. So especially on East Main Street, for all those buildings that are the mixed use and or, you know, smaller apartment, you know, houses, there's no parking.
I just didn't
Yeah.
realize there was any down there that had a significant number of units. I thought it was 1 or 2.
Yeah, no,
Units
there's a
on
few
top of the
them that
building.
yeah, it's surprising actually how many, you know, apartments you could squeeze in those old buildings. So, yeah, so, you know, just from my personal experience, there's nothing new there. Also, I don't know, Mr. Burke, maybe we could, you know, do, or I could obviously hire counsel to do a legal interpretation of if this is considered a new apartment or not, because we are just adding the stairwell, which is obviously very small. And the buildings were previously combined under, you know, a certificate with the pass-through. So that's not a newly created thing. I understand the lots will be merged, so the land is going to be merged with the new tax map number. But the buildings itself are already certificated as being combined. So what do you think about that, Dan?
Well, we're gonna have to
I'm
take
just curious
time.
if like if I'm
you
like
know.
way off the mark with that.
No, well, but you're also like right now they're also legally two separate buildings. Like it never got formal site plan approval. What's currently being proposed in the apartments in it.
No, of course not. But I
Yeah.
just mean that the building itself has a certificate to combine the buildings with access through. That was that CO that was discovered actually by Mr. Huber, and then
Yeah.
we, you know, were able to talk about that, which is was part of the, you know,
Parking
the
discussion.
yeah, and also the zoning board of appeals approval. They were going to condition it upon that, but we ended up being able to present that CO. So just
True.
just a thought.
I think-
I just don't know if that's
I think we'll need time as a board to be able to discuss it.
yeah.
Yeah, because there's more too that we just want to. Well, the
I
thing
just
is,
want to say that so that it's out there on the table.
yeah,
Yeah.
no, yeah, because that's the thing is like, question is right. You're now, even just the idea of the grandfathering the parking spaces. You're now combining the building and it's different uses in it. Could you theoretically grandfather spaces to a different use, a different building compared to what was there? I would maybe defer to council on that. That's what's raised throughout the staff report. It says, giving that the change of the use, the change of the buildings, you know, the dynamic of it. Can you? I don't know if you can grandfather in a space, because I could see for the same use, like just like boutique, for example, like we mentioned before. But now you're going from a office retail building to a mixed use building.
This is what
I
I'm
don't see.
saying.
I don't know if you can
Yes.
grandfather in spaces for a
I think-
different,
I think
even if
we-
it is
I
de-intensified.
think we've done this before
You might have. I don't. Yeah, I
in the
don't.
village.
Okay.
And
That
it's
we
also
grandfather for a
Yes.
different use.
and it's also still a mixed use building. It's a mixed use building today. It's going to be a mixed use building if, you know, these applications get approved. It's just going from professional office to retail, from, you know, apartments to retail.
And-
We've definitely done that.
Yeah.
Yeah, but so when I read through the staff report,
Hmm.
I wasn't clear if, you know, we had the neighboring building and they shared a parking lot.
Yep.
I don't see how this is addressed behind there, because as far as I understood, that parking lot behind I don't know how many stalls belong to this property. None.
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 So
There's no
then,
parking on site.
I guess the question is, has the applicant addressed how they're going to work with their neighbor because I'm assuming any loading zone, any dumpster, any kind of services will have to have an easement, which,
Well, we do have a driveway easement that goes across what's known as 417. It's depicted right there on the
but
site
it's
plan.
like a pass-through, and
Right.
it's more for emergency services.
Yeah, and
that's what
also
the
just for, access, I mean, the building is essentially landlocked from the rear. So, we need to be able to have an easement, obviously, to get in and out of the building from the rear and for life and safety purposes, of course. I mean,
And well, unfortunately, in the last iteration of this, they backed out of that easement altogether.
What easement? There's an existing easement that runs in perpetuity with the land.
So wait, I just want to clarify quick. That easement's only recorded for 417 right now.
Right.
Between 417 and what's the, it's 407?
415.
415.
Yeah.
Oh, I'm sorry.
No,
Yeah,
the
yeah,
post
oh,
office.
sorry.
So the thing is, right, there would have to be some kind of reconsideration for the easement altogether. There'd be a new agreement would have to be made. The
Yeah.
other part of this too is if you look at the site plan, the loading space is currently located within the driveway easement. There's also the dumpster area directly adjacent to the easement. Whether or not an easement could be used for those uses, we really require the documentation of what's currently there and then an agreement going forward of what can be possible. That's something that was kind of a big issue, at least we mentioned throughout the staff report, because
Yes.
it pertains a lot to conditional use standards, but also just as a mixed use building. That's, it's pretty critical for this project. So.
Absolutely.
Yeah, so, obviously the easement exists. It runs in perpetuity with the land. It's, there's been no action to,
But
put.
It's not, it was not you can't have a loading zone in your easement. It was for emergency access.
Why can't you have a loading?
Well, it depends on what the easement itself
'Cause
actually
it's not,
says.
it's not your
It-
property.
But that's not what I'm
Yeah.
getting
I
at.
get it, but why can't you could have a loading zone. in an
If
easement.
the
If
easement
people
doesn't
load-
inhibit-
If the
people
easement
load
says
in
it, yeah.
From the street, right? If
it
they have an
doesn't
apartment,
inhibit
yeah.
right.
Yeah, no, I understand
Yeah,
that.
Yeah,
And
of
that's
course.
not what I was
You
going
could-
to
you
say.
could I don't have it, but you could modify an easement
You
or
could,
do
but
whatever.
you have to
yeah.
get two parties.
Yeah.
Two parties and have
Yeah,
to come back before
so-
the board.
Right.
Here.
So-
If I have a building that doesn't have any loading, correct? There's buildings that don't have loading, they're strictly off of the street, but there's plenty that exist like that.
There are, either they're historic or they've
And if
gotten
they came
variances.
before us again, if they came before us to transfer into apartments, then they would be under the same requirements.
But the
I mean,
existing building
it's
had it, yeah.
it's good planning.
Did the
Yeah,
existing building requires a loading zone as offices?
I think
Like, do you
I
require
would
to
pull-
have a
I would
loading
pull the
store
code.
for offices?
I gotta pull the
Not-
code. It's based on a certain square, there's a certain
Building,
threshold,
there's
or
a
if
new
you exceed it.
application, New offices, you require loading, right?
Yeah, it's
I'd
based
have
on
to
a,
look at the code for. I
it's
just
based on
know
a certain
for
threshold.
apartments.
Like you have this square footage, then it's required. I just don't know it off the top of my head, but there is, I would have to look into that to see. But you're right.
So,
I will say, but buildings have historically pre-existed without them. But once you have a new application and you're doing a new proposal, you have to meet the modern code. So that is one of the issues, and it just depends on the nature of restrictions of that easement. I don't have the documentation. I don't know.
yeah, so if I could
Yes.
just finish what I was saying. The easement exists. It exists as a driveway easement. The easement's not going anywhere. There's been no action to pull that easement. It would have to go before the court or an authoritative, entity. So that easement is there, okay? The owner has hired legal counsel, and they will be reaching out to the neighboring parcels' legal counsel to discuss any changes that need to be made to the easement, or if there even needs to be changes made, which will be determined by legal counsel. That is not in my wheelhouse. So that is going to occur in the near future. And then from there, we'll be able to present the board with, if the neighbor cooperated or not, what our, agreement was, et cetera. So that's where we're at with the easement. I just want to state for the record that we are just adding that small stairwell, which does go into an area of the property that does not have the easement. However, there has always been two egress doors. You can actually see them on the plan that have exited out of the building and then, of course, into the parking lot area, which is not part of the easement. So what we're proposing today isn't actually changing anything except for the fact that we want to place a dumpster in that area, or we could potentially move it elsewhere. And then we're adding drainage, which I think would benefit the entire area, so I can't see the, neighboring parcel not being okay with that. As we all know, drainage is a major issue down in the village, so.
My concern is that, with that driveway easement, aren't there some parking spaces in it, or does that, the parking spaces are actually not in the easement?
Are they? Is there, Mr. Hubert?
Spaces along the fence, along the side.
Yeah, there are parking
Oh, okay.
spaces in it. So my concern is, and I was using that easement the day before yesterday, and there were two people walking ahead of me, and there wasn't enough room for me to pass them and the pedestrians to use the easement to leave the property. So I'm thinking if there's a vehicle unloading or loading, there's not going to be, so you have parking spaces on the south side, a vehicle loading or unloading on the north side. There's not going to be room for other vehicles to exit the property. That's my concern.
Is there a code, Dan, in the village that, like, in other words, like if UPS is delivering, they don't necessarily probably ever go to the rear of the parcel. They're probably pulling up right in front of it on
And-
East Main Street.
And that is the worst. I can't tell you how many times I've been traveling north on 112 or Main Street, and I need to make a right going west onto East Main. And if anyone is parked in that hatched area, it is the most dangerous turn
Yeah, well, I
you
don't
are
know- I don't
swinging
know that
into.
they
So
should-
that 100% needs to be. I mean, I would think it would be part of a conditional approval that is absolutely 100%. Anyway, I think we're putting the cart before the horse, because I feel like we need to discuss.
How is this application making the current situation worse, though? That's
Well,
my question.
You're going to have 8 apartments, right?
Mhm.
And I know that sadly enough, I probably get a UPS truck in front of my house because I'm ordering a little box from Amazon, and it's not always little tiny Amazon truck. And guess where they're going to park? So you're adding 8 more post office boxes. You're adding 8 more people. 8, could be 16 people. I mean, it's going to be, in terms of something like that, it's definitely more of an intensification of how many times there's going to be a stupid
I
truck.
think we need documentation on that, because I work in an office and I get deliveries all day. I get Uber, I get Amazon.
Well,
I
put it
get
this
all
way,
sorts
it's a
of
bad
things. Just-
situation now, so we're going
I'm
to
just saying,
address it.
Is this
I
application
don't really want to
making it
go.
worse? That's
I don't want to
that's
go
the-
back and
that's all I'm
forth.
putting
To a
forth.
discussion
I
about
think
Yeah.
we're putting a judgment on it, that's all. It's like, there's not, we're talking about, is this going to be creating more traffic than what's presently allowed? That's my only point. That's all.
And understood,
Yeah.
but this really isn't meant to be a back and forth, so.
Got it, okay,
okay.
all right, that's all. Just wanted to address that.
Yeah, in terms of, the buildings are connected interior, but the floors don't match up on the 2 buildings. There was, in the past, we talked about an elevator that stops at 1 floor on,
Mhm.
I guess that's 417, and goes up a half a flight, and the other door opens on 415 because the
Yep.
floors aren't, is that still the case?
Yeah, there's presently stairs that connect the different levels, so the buildings are interconnected, so where the half level is, there's like a half flight of steps inside it, so.
You're gonna stay with that.
They're gonna stay with that, yeah. It's just the elevator's being added in a, critical spot, so you can have the sort of half flight. So you have to go out one side, it's a half flight, you go out the other, it opens up to, the other half flight.
And does anybody have a handle on the post office in terms of being busier? Because the Port Jeff Station post office moved 4 or 5 miles away.
Where
So-
is it now?
It's on
Jane
Old Town
Boulevard
Road,
in Old
Jane-
Town,
Jane
Yeah.
Boulevard.
where the
It
old
was an
Rite
old-
Aid used to be.
Oh, okay.
Was an old
Yeah, Rite Aid.
Rite Aid.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Gym in there at one time.
Yeah,
I
there
tell
is.
you, it's only 5 minutes in additional driving, but it's actually
Yeah,
more
feels-
difficult,
Do we need anything else from them?
I
Yeah.
Or can we?
Yeah.
don't know, because we have to go through this.
Okay.
Yeah, let's-
So just for my own clarification, the big thing is obviously talking about the easement and you guys will, that's really, I think, what's on our table right now. Okay.
I mean, we have to
Well,
go
we-
over the parking, the whole.
No, of
Well,
course,
parking's
but I
the
mean,
other
that's for
issue.
you guys to
Digest this whole
discuss,
thing.
right?
Yeah.
I'm
Yeah,
just
yeah,
talking
yeah,
about what I have
yeah.
to do.
Would you consider removing some of the bollards that are between the other building? I don't even know the address, on the opposite side of the post office driveway.
I don't think they're ours to remove.
I thought they were Dominic's.
Oh, no.
Where are they?
No?
No.
Okay. And-
Because of the last,
Yes, I thought that that's why they went in and prevented usage.
right.
Okay.
That's a relatively new addition.
Are there any, is there any occupancy in the upper floors right now? Those buildings?
In the offices?
What's
Okay,
that
there's
now?
one occupied
Vacant,
office, yeah.
100%
Down on the lower
vacant.
level, the
How-
first floor.
Retail's,
There's
got one
one
retail.
Retail
retail,
and then
correct?
first floor office, yeah. The upper levels aren't being.
So
Right,
there's,
right.
what tenants in there right now?
My office in there.
Okay, so he's,
So-
he's a Perillo.
Yes,
part of the
so
family.
what's the total square footage of the buildings?
All floors,
Yeah,
we are at, get this, 12, let's see, 12,950.
and how many square feet is vacant?
Right now, 8,000. 8,000 technically, that's the upper levels, so.
Yeah, and I will just say that, the whole purpose of this application is to, not to, create a pun here, but to repurpose this building so that it could become, actually occupied and not kind of just languishing, which is what it's doing right now. So that, I think, is really like the big picture here. We want to be able to, or the applicant wants to be able to, repurpose the building, fix it up, get tenants in there, and have some life put back into it. So.
It certainly would be beneficial if okay, if you guys have an attorney and
Yes,
can work things out with
Correct.
John, that would
Yeah.
certainly.
Yeah, that would
Preferable.
be,
yes, that is the
should be
next
able to
step.
get somewhere,
I
somehow.
think we need
Yeah.
to discuss.
Yeah,
Because you can't even get to that easement unless you drive next close to their property. I mean, to get into the,
Well,
Because
you
it's
could come
one
off
way
of the
coming out,
state
right?
road, you come off of the state road, or you have to come in from the post office side and go through, right?
you
Try
can't
to-
make
you
the right
should
in
try-
there,
you should
right?
try
It's a
to-
one
yeah,
way
it's
out.
one way
Should
out.
try to make the easement bigger. No, that's gonna cost you some money. It would probably help.
Yeah, well, again, that's like, I'm not even gonna pretend to,
No,
say that's in my
No,
wheelhouse.
Yeah.
I know my limitations.
Yeah, you mean to go behind the other property? Yeah.
I think that would help a lot.
If you can.
Yeah. But right now, it's it's pedestrian access that,
Right.
is where it is. Yeah. It's gotta be, they gotta work it out.
So we still have, we're still gonna discuss all this,
Yep.
right?
Mhm. Yeah, I think that's all
That's it for
we
me?
need from you.
Okay.
Yeah.
Well, thank you, everybody. I hope you all have a great holiday.
You too.
So I will not see you before then.
You also.
It's the same.
So are we talking about it now?
We can do that. What?
Because I'm of the mind that it is a new apartment.
Yeah, that's, 470.
It's,
They did increase the total square footage. So it's a new apartment.
well,
Okay,
it's,
so-
it's an existing building, it's converting,
Okay,
it was
so-
upstairs offices, right? They're
Right, but
going
it
to
says
all
new
apartments, right?
apartments in this subsection shall not include renovated or converted space in an existing building where the proposed renovation or conversion does not increase the total square footage of the building. So they're increasing the total square footage of the building because they had to add 396 square feet of new additions.
And they're combining two buildings, so.
And they're combining two buildings. So it's 100% a new
I get all that,
apartment.
but,
It's a mixed use,
we have
but
to take, I really think, yes, I don't know if it's time to talk about it, but, I mean, you have to look at the big picture. I mean, what is going to happen with this building? you know, what is the alternative use beyond office, which is, you know, not really happening like it was?
Can you just use your mic? I'm sorry.
And I-
You know, so that's
Yes.
where I'm kind of coming.
And I completely agree with you, but I feel like this applicant shot themselves in the foot when they walked away from the previous easement agreement. They just said no when it came to the varicose vein, and he essentially created the problem that he has at this building. So if he wants to actually do this, which I agree would be a better use, then they need to go back
And work on
and
the
work
easement.
on the easement.
I just
because
said, I just
yes,
said that.
yes,
Yeah,
absolutely.
I said that.
Yes,
I agree with that. So that needs to be worked on.
yes. And
But
it's a
but
new apartment. I don't
but
agree with them saying it's not new.
Maybe not, but I mean, I think it's probably the right use for the site. That's all.
It's
Okay.
better. Well, in terms of traffic, it's better.
Better. So,
Is it though? Okay,
Yeah.
so I'm sorry, because, you know, so do offices get,
the guy,
that many deliveries
they do.
with the individual, but he said it's not it's, won't be more than it is now, but if it's not even fully occupied, then we don't even know how impactful it will be.
I mean, I'm in a large office building.
Yeah,
You know, you know, UPS and Amazon and FedEx are in there every waking moment of the day.
so,
You
so
know,
let me
you get
ask
all
you
kinds of
this.
deliveries.
If that's the case, can you force UPS and FedEx and Amazon to not park in a specific
No, those
spot?
guys are gonna park
Because it
wherever
is
they want.
so dangerous. Like
Yeah.
I'm almost saying, like, how do you prevent, just as a village resident,
Mm-hmm.
when there is a car parked, even a small car parked where I'm talking about, it's almost impossible to make a turn onto East Main when you're coming north.
Yeah.
Let's go back. I'll
Yeah,
go back
sorry.
to, they need to work on the easement.
Yeah.
They need to make a little more room in the back.
Yeah.
And so,
And
Plus
did
the
they
other-
not have to get a variance for their density?
So technically, so they did. Well, the FAR is the only village
That's it.
code that
So the-
regulates density. So they did reduce it. It was at 1.74 units per acre. Now it's 59 units per acre.
So the FAR is the only way of,
We
but then
can
how do we have a proposed density? Like, how do we have, it says it still exceeds the average 40 units per acre. So we don't have a
There's
limit.
no code. It was more of a point of reference because the
Oh my God.
that was in reference to the last reports. The village's comprehensive plan for the C1 talks a lot about density and talks about like what's average in the site. They kind of talk about its build out, and there's a point in time, I guess they reference we were close to the maximum potentially possible in the C1 district. That was referenced a lot throughout the prior staff reports and I guess the planning board's discussion. So that was more, I was trying to just reference it saying it's been reduced since the last one. It was at 74 units per acre. It's now 59 units per acre.
Right.
It's it's a little more consistent what's been permitted, but typically it's around 40 in this district. It's typically
But
around.
it's a moot point now because they got the variance.
Well, they
for
got the
FAR.
variance. Yeah, it was just, yeah. They did get the zoning board granted it, so. The apartments all actually meet the village code for size now because they didn't in the past. They now are all compliant with the village code minimum requirements. ADA was mostly addressed. There was just like one small comment we had, but
Yeah, do you recall how many apartments were there originally proposed?
I think it was 10.
Okay.
It was
so
10 or was, I believe it was 10 if I'm not mistaken.
So
Then now it's
they
8.
lost two.
Yeah.
Implied.
So where do we stand on the whole grandfathering thing?
That was my call.
Where do we stand on that? The planning board should discuss whether the historic grandfather allocations in the 1982 pileup may continue to be relied upon for this application. Where do we?
I think we're good. That's my opinion.
I think it depends on where their stalls were that they assume that they have and what's actually being grandfathered in.
I don't think pileup designates stalls.
No, but I
So
thought they
pilot,
had,
You pay for them.
Yes,
though.
I thought
right.
that they
So
were
if you
including
price-
on-site parking
No, it doesn't.
as part of their
So-
calculations.
No,
They
so
are
as part of
in-
what was permitted on the site, there was 4 on-site
But where?
stalls. That's a good question. We have to.
That's what I'm- I feel
That's
like-
what-
So take the 4 away. Take the
Yeah.
4 away.
They're now
They're at
39.
39. Now they're at 39, and what do they need?
31.
Okay.
So they're good. They're good.
Okay.
And the pilot spots are not designated. It's just a slush fund that you pay
Yep.
into, and it's
Right.
you get the rights. That's what it was.
Yeah, and the money goes toward building a parking garage somewhere
Yes.
someday.
Oh, don't say those words.
Or a surface lot somewhere someday.
Because the amount of retail.
So do you still want them to
Or that.
submit the documentation substantiating the 42 allotted parking stalls, including the approvals from which they derive their
Yes.
current
Yeah,
physical?
sure,
So you still want that?
Yeah.
Yes.
Okay.
We want to see where it is.
And then,
Because they put a claim out there. That's why we recommended it. And they should support the claim.
okay, and then that bullet point we don't need to talk about.
Because aren't some of those parking spaces designated for the church?
They have no parking in the back. None of it is for them.
Well, you're right, but there was a designation at one point.
But that's part of the whole easement agreement, which we've already agreed they need to.
Maybe that's where.
I just wanted to address the whole grandfathering thing, just because it's a change of use, they're merging the lots, and if
do you
we
see
all
an
agree,
issue-
that's
I
fine.
mean, that's the way I feel. I'm
I want
one
to ask. Yeah, I
person.
want to ask your
Yeah.
opinion. You want to look into it?
One
Okay.
person. Just one person here. That's the way. That's my opinion.
Well,
Is it a change of use or weren't there apartments up above before?
Not per site plan. They were
What was up there?
retail. And all. It was retail and office space.
Offices?
Yeah, offices.
Office.
Yeah, it was always on.
okay,
There was
so,
one historically. There was a retail on the ground floor
Yeah,
somewhere.
retail first floor.
Yeah, and the rest was
office
all.
upstairs.
so the grandfathering thing is a lawyer thing that you're gonna deal with. Okay.
Yeah, we'll go through it. So maybe we'll hold off. We'll say we can say in the record for the because we always do those post meeting memos. We can just say the board has worked with staff and council regarding parking
Okay.
requirements. And
And then they need to figure out the easement in order to have the dumpster where it's located and the loading area.
yeah,
And all other access dependent features to locations where lawful vehicular access can be ensured. That was good. And then you have something in here about a referral to the village's consulting engineer is warranted to review drainage sizing,
so that was a question.
groundwater separate, yeah.
The last time this was reviewed, they again I wasn't on the team, but they said they were concerned about the location of the drainage structures. They thought it might be impeding some of the access to some kind of, how
There's
could that?
mechanical stuff there too.
Huh?
I thought there was mechanical
Yeah,
stuff.
there
back
is. So
too.
that was mentioned last time. So I recommend we threw in there. You might, could theoretically request an engineer to review it to make sure none of that would happen because we couldn't necessarily, we're not engineers.
Are we at that point of having an engineer review this
No.
for the,
Just for drainage?
we,
drainage?
we can get a quote too to present that at the next meeting so we can talk to the
is
consultants.
it at our expense or their expense?
It would go at theirs.
Yeah.
Yeah. Going forward, it's going to be would be at the applicant's expense.
I guess it's up to them if they want to continue, then the onus would be on them to provide,
If we make
Mhm.
that a requirement.
Yeah.
which I would agree with.
Yeah, so we would what we would do is we'd go to consultants, get the actual quote, present it at
Yeah.
the next meeting. If you guys want to require it, they would technically.
I would vote in favor of requiring that. I might be one, am I the only one?
No, I'm in
Okay.
favor.
Was the drainage installed? Their
Proposed right now.
Okay,
I don't
that's
think
what
it's
I
been.
thought.
Yeah, it hasn't been.
Yeah,
Is,
it's new.
isn't there like a
it was like an
stream?
underground.
Yeah,
right.
there's an underground stream right
There's a
there.
lot of stuff under there, yeah.
Yeah.
It's
They
a-
may not
it's
be
a-
too. They may not be too bad right there because they're a little bit on the high side, but who knows? Most of the problems are
On the west side?
Right, at that point, but
Right, but you have underground, if you,
I don't know, who knows?
well, under the Presbyterian Church,
There's issues.
there's issues.
Yeah, so
The Boy
it-
Scouts have their storage area.
Right.
You can hear the water.
yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, so I mean,
So I
there's a,
could be wrong.
yeah. And I'd be honest with you, I'd be more worried about hydrostatic pressure pushing the water up, and creating something. Thank Yeah, an engineering review is in order.
Okay.
Village of Drowned Meadow.
Yeah,
Yeah.
and then, I wasn't sure about this. The planning board should consider whether the applicant should revise the site plan to depict, the applicant shall provide a depiction of the continuous accessible route throughout the building, or request in writing that, I don't know what you meant.
Yeah, so that was mentioned last time. It had to do specifically with ADA compliance, which is
Okay.
normally during building
And it's
review.
because they're two different levels?
It's because of the split level thing. I guess in the past, the board wanted them to show the egress route throughout it. That might be required for building. I'm not sure if it still would, but
I think, yeah.
That's a good idea.
yeah, so you
Yeah.
would still want that.
That's a quirky building.
It is. It's a weird,
Um,
yeah. Everything else had seemed pretty okay. They had the Type A apartment like that was required, and Type B apartments, and they do show the turning radiuses, which seem to be
Okay.
what the code is. But
And then, definitely review it to the ARC. I don't know if we want to do that concurrently. I don't know if it's there yet, but I agree it should go before the ARC at some point.
Yeah, there's some,
Yeah.
renderings.
And
You can see
then,
that.
they need an exterior lighting plan?
yeah, that's again, that's the village code
An
requirement.
exterior lighting plan.
That's required by the village code,
and
but
then-
it's up to the board to.
I agree, they need an exterior lighting plan.
Well, I think their biggest hurdle is the easement.
Well, and then that brings me to the next, the one that I didn't see bulleted in your notes was part of that easement agreement will have to include their construction. So how do they plan on actually building this? Where do they plan on storing their material? Any of that,
Oh, that's
if
a good
any of
point.
that is part of the easement, then that has to be in the easement agreement. Or they have to deal with the DOT on Main Street, or they have to take up parking stalls.
Well, DOT's in there. So
Well,
it's
I
a-
just meant in terms
yeah.
of more than just asking for an opinion, we need their construction plan. And then
Yeah.
that's also going to have to be part of,
Thank you.
yeah.
That's a good point. We normally raise that. I just, I'm gonna. just
But
did-
you know, I hate to say it, but it can be done. I mean, you look at next to Salsa, that one restaurant where the developer at that point was bringing everything in and out every day.
Oh, yeah.
You know, so I mean, it can.
We just need to know, right? Yeah.
Yeah, because if it involves any village property, they would need an easement for the village. to-
Or, and if it involves the property in the back, I think that needs to be specifically
Yes.
delineated.
Yeah, you need
Just like the dumpster, just like the loading zone.
It's a lawyer to lawyer thing
Yeah.
more than.
Maybe it would come up with an agreement, all packages are delivered at a certain location, maybe for the whole.
I know I'm talking about their construction.
The construction staging areas and material storage.
Just in the past submissions, they had indicated where they were going to do it. It was 100% in that easement. So,
Oh, okay. I haven't. Okay.
yeah. And then it sounds like we're not ready to schedule a conditional hearing in any way, shape, or form.
No.
I wouldn't recommend.
Okay.
No.
Did we go through all of the?
That's everything. Should be.
But
Is this the
I
right
still think
site?
that it's a
Yeah,
new
this is
apartment.
where
I don't know if we all agreed.
Rebel and whatever it was.
If
Can
there
you
were
rebel?
never any
That would help our
apartments
record.
inside before, then yes, it's new.
Yes, because they're combining the, I mean, I don't know if we all agree on that, but they're combining two lots. They have to increase their square footage in order to create what they're creating.
Yeah, you know.
I don't care if it's a stairwell, it's still square footage.
Yeah.
You don't have the apartments if you don't have that. So
And the fact that the
all of these
floors
things are stopgaps
Yeah.
to help us
I don't know.
have a say in what's going on.
Yeah.
Right?
Exactly.
So hopefully we're all, I don't know, am I the only?
Yeah. This.
Really not.
I'd like to see, is that the church? I mean, I.
Okay.
Okay. Okay. We can hold off on
I
that
don't know.
part.
You want me to?
I think I don't know. Did we ever get the renderings in the record? Hope we did.
This
The
doesn't,
renderings
No,
with
I don't know.
I-
He brought them.
this doesn't look like the same site to me.
Yeah, we don't
It's
have
almost
those.
like- Yeah, I wouldn't.
That's why I'm glad you asked about the step, because that doesn't look like it has a step
This, I
to
mean,
it.
Very
it
different.
looks like apartment buildings in the back and an apartment building here.
That was way bigger than
With
what.
a porch.
Yeah.
I don't know.
They took out the quaintness.
So-
That little,
Aye.
corner piece that
Right.
was so
Well,
quaint, it's like,
Instead of being an L shaped, he's taken the whole thing and put it on one. I think. Right.
Yeah.
I just think it's just, I think it's a different building.
That's what I thought.
I don't think it's the same building. It doesn't look.
It
Oh,
is.
yeah, oh, it is. Oh, that's what he's, oh,
Yeah,
okay.
just look at where that brick facade is, on the bottom, that's where.
Missing the little.
Oh.
If you took the building and you went like this, and that's what you're seeing. is-
Oh, you mean flattened it?
Yeah.
Oh,
we
okay.
flat-
That's when
Right.
you come around the corner and it has that.
Oh,
There's no
weird.
drafting for it. I can't think of like Horta or something. Hue or some shit.
Okay.
Okay.
We still have something else.
Yep, before you start talking about the raising of the fees, can I just ask about the overlay of
We
D2?
still have one more.
There's one more
Oh, we
application.
still have one more? What do
Which
we
is
have?
not me. It's Danford.
Okay.
25
Never
East
get it right.
Broadway. This should be good.
I was just feeling the board wanted a break from me. Here we go.
Hey, can you come closer so you can use the mic you're on? Internet.
Broadway. Okay. This goes here, this goes there.
One more.
Still just slashing tires.
Yeah.
I know you, I can tell. I can tell.
I do not. And you got a good point of that. You have, you guys are talking and you want more than happy.
Ray,
Bye.
want to make are you gonna, introduce the application first, or? Because I have to speak up on this one.
Okay.
Right.
Do my thing?
Well, I don't know. Are you ready? You want to go?
Yeah, so, yes, so I,
Yeah, go
I'm
ahead.
gonna recuse myself.
Oh, okay.
Because I represented the applicant in the lease that, ended up, bringing in the Black Pearl and the caterer.
Oh, okay, okay.
That's recent.
Yeah, yeah.
So I don't feel comfortable
Okay.
being involved in this.
Yeah.
Okay?
He just tired. You wanna go
He
home?
was-
It's fine.
What do they
The
call
other
that?
benefit is you go home.
What are those commercials where they bring in a replacement?
That's
I
it,
just
yeah.
went like this. Here
Yeah.
comes the replacement.
Blackwater, you're in.
All right.
All right.
Good
Bye,
night.
Lee.
Good night.
Yeah, you too.
Happy and healthy.
You guys want to stay for the discussion on the fees?
Legal, you're in.
To all the Valley specialists.
You'll catch up on the minutes. Okay.
Okay, we're ready.
Okay, so Danford's was coming on for facade alteration to the ballroom building, which if you're looking to the north, you have the hotel and Black Pearl on the left. It's the first building closest to East Broadway,
Mhm.
the northern facade
Right.
facing the harbor, right? So they had submitted a planning application for that one. It was brought up at the last meeting that there were second story additions being removed, replaced,
Mhm.
facing the west on the Black Pearl restaurant side, and should have gone to planning and didn't. So we put it on this one as well, so we can address both.
Okay.
So did you have a preference on which one you wanted to start with? Which
No.
portion of scope of work?
I don't care.
The
Doesn't
work is
matter.
pretty much complete, right?
Yeah.
They had the
So
park that was cut off there.
we have, so let's start with that one then. So they had a building permit issued, I think it was back in March, for replacing the two glass greenhouses and some of the stuff to the right of it. You want to pull up the architectural review comments that have the picture of the before? So this is the before. They've replaced the two greenhouse sections immediately to the right and the left of the main entrance. And then they also rebuilt the part to the left of the greenhouse to the north. So could you pull up the now picture? So that's the more northern side.
Mm-hmm.
That's the more eastern side. that sort of combination of both.
Did they get more square footage out of this?
It, no,
Yes.
right?
No.
No.
Well,
Squared off the greenhouse.
yeah.
Yeah.
I mean, it was
that doesn't count the-
walkable underneath. I mean,
Yeah.
it's not like it curved down to, 6 foot or anything. It was always, 8 foot height. So in theory, no.
Underneath- Oh, yeah, yeah.
Yeah, they could walk up against the glass, so in theory, we just put, a full height wall there with straight glass instead of curved glass. Again, I mean, maintenance on it wasn't happening, so inside there was deteriorating. It wasn't, conducive to hosting the events that the new owners wanted to be able to host.
So they have called for building inspections. Their final building inspection's outstanding. We still need the final electrical underwriters. It looks like, though, that they're finished in using it. Parker, can you go back to the first photo you pulled up and zoom in? So if you zoom in on the windows, I don't know if you can see there's chafing trays and holiday decorations. Yeah, so we're gonna reach out to them. I think Josh will reach out to them about having a final inspection, 'cause they don't have a CO technically, so.
To interject really quickly, to the right there is a blank space, all the way to the right.
Past the window, you mean?
Yeah, there's another window that's supposed to be there, so there is a blank space there. It just got back ordered, so they sided it, the frame, the opening is framed in, but it's sheet rocked
okay.
over and finished until the window actually comes in.
All right.
That blank space
Okay.
right there.
Yeah.
So a couple things to consider. They did go to the ARC for comments. You should have a copy of those. Those were provided to the contractor when the building permit was issued. I don't know. I believe it was March of this year. So
Wait, so ARC saw it. Okay, but at least they saw it.
the ghost of the past.
Okay.
Yeah. So I don't know, did the height increase in that area? Are they adding to a non-conforming? Might be
So the
something to
height
consider.
to the railing is 25'10", so we're
Okay.
below. So
Okay,
that's
perfect.
all we replaced is to the railing down.
Perfect. And is the
Okay.
restaurant, no more than 2,000 square feet? We
That
didn't
I
have
don't
that
know.
available to us on the plans.
Um,
That's a part of the conditional use in a C1.
I don't know if that was, I mean, nothing's changed in square footage wise of the restaurant or the catering hall above, but I do not know off the top of my head what the overall square footages are. I can provide those though.
Just something if the board wants to consider.
I do
Yeah, I
have that
see that it
information,
says
so I can-
restaurants limited to no more than two. So if it's more than, you have to get a variance, right?
Why would we need a variance if nothing's changed?
Well,
I
it,
mean, we
so
just-
technically you should have come before us for something like
Right.
this. So that's
would
when
be
we
fine.
get a bite at the apple again, right?
Mhm.
So if it was overlooked in the past, we can't be held accountable for mistakes that happened in the past. So if your restaurant is over 2,000 square feet, which is what's allowed per code, then you're going to have to go get a variance in order to operate a restaurant that's larger than
Look
that.
into the history of when the restaurant was first built and
Yeah.
see if there was any increase in the restaurant
Right.
periodically and if it went over. But if you could get me the
Yeah.
current square
Yeah,
footage
I've
of
got
the
everything
restaurant,
else,
that
yeah.
would be great.
There was work done on the east side a few years back. Yeah, when Jimmy had it.
They
mean,
put
I-
in that lighthouse looking thing. That's what I remember. The lighthouse thing.
Well, they put a whole big outdoor deck
An upper deck.
on the east side,
Right.
yeah, when, that was.
But did we see that?
Yeah.
Okay.
Scardo and Enrico.
Oh, okay.
Yeah. And the cars park underneath it now, like, up against the building.
Let me know when you want to move on to the ballroom.
Wait, so then you said the zoning height's okay?
Yep,
It doesn't exceed,
30 feet.
and we're okay with it's within 400 feet of another, does that matter? Because there is no other restaurant in MW2. Right?
Other restaurants across the street.
No.
Right, and that's not
400
MW2
Or s-
anymore.
Of a residential district, 400 feet of a residential district, but it kind of exists already, right? So,
It's not even open.
yeah.
Oh.
There's nothing in there now, though.
Well, isn't there a deli
Is that-
back
No,
there?
deli, oh, the,
Coffee,
yeah, the black horse. coffee.
That's not 400 feet, though. That's much further.
Yeah,
way
Yeah.
more. It's gonna be half a mile.
So another restaurant, I think, on that side.
Okay.
Yeah, it's nothing.
Did we
Okay.
cover everything that was in your
Yep.
report?
Yep, there wasn't much. It was just trying to dot the i's and cross the t's and give you guys your bite of the apple.
okay.
I like how you put that.
Yeah.
Why, thank you. Once in a while, every small moment. Normally, I need somebody to pull the words out of my mouth, so it's okay.
Can you pull up the elevation for the ballroom, please? So here they're not making many changes. They're just, well, they're proposing to put siding over the brick. You can see on the only on the first floor, bottom right and left, and across the face. They're proposing to put a reverse gable over the front door. That front door currently is a single door with a like a side light window next to it. Now it's a double door. And then they're taking out,
Have these changes occurred yet?
nope,
These
this
have
is all
not.
proposed. And then two other existing doors will be moved to the right and the left and replaced with windows. Correct?
Can you show me where this is?
This is
In the-
You bring up
It's a
the- yeah, it's right here.
north
Right there?
face,
Oh, that
right?
one there, okay.
Yeah, that facade. So you drive
Oh,
in
on a
and,
separate building.
yeah, it's the ballroom for, I guess, when they cater
It's the
stuff.
coastal
Yeah.
ballroom.
Coastal ballroom.
And then there's another building in front of it.
Right.
Yes. That building.
So there's
has
a
siding on it.
walkway.
Yes, there's an alleyway that you walk through.
Yeah.
It's only pedestrian.
That's right.
And that north building is sided the same that we will side our building. It also has a reverse gable over that entry, which we're matching on our side.
So you're not doing anything to the smaller building?
No, the larger building, just the first floor, north side.
Okay.
Trying to make the larger building match
And even the
facade
reverse
a little
is-
more of the smaller building.
And ARC has not seen this yet.
No, so that was
Yeah,
one
it
of
sounds
my
like an ARC
staff
project.
recommendations to potentially,
Yeah.
And it might be higher than,
No.
it said it may exceed 30?
no,
feet?
that was for the restaurant side, not this building.
Oh,
Sorry, I
sorry,
I
okay.
should have maybe broken out the staff recommendations per the two scopes of
Okay.
work.
Okay.
So we're going to refer it to ARC.
If you want, I mean, yeah,
Yes,
not my choice, yeah.
yeah.
And then you
absolutely.
have somewhere here, confirm height is not an expansion of a non-conforming. Was
That
that
was
for the
Black
other
Pearl
one?
side, yeah. Because we didn't have the height on the plan, so we couldn't verify it, but Josh has since provided that it's
Okay.
not over 30 feet.
Did you say the work that's been done by the Black Pearl is going to the ARC?
It went to the ARC.
And did they give us back any?
They
Yeah, they're in the
did,
report.
they're in the
I think
report, I
their
don't know if you
report
want to.
Oh, thank you.
I remember there were like, shutters.
They give I think 2 or 3 options in that report.
And to confirm, I went to the ARC, did you take those into account and what the ARC requested on the main building?
Yes, the contractor seems to, when they did it, they kind of did a combination of the recommendations. So it's kind of, one of the recommendations was the double windows across the entire facade. And another recommendation was the larger windows with single windows on one side. So they kind of put the single windows on one side and the double windows on the other side. So it was kind of a combination of the two.
And this is my question for the board. When an applicant performs the work, does the ARC go back and confirm they like it? Or what does ARC do anything post?
Do they do like an inspection?
Yeah.
Probably a drive-by, they probably go by it and take a look. Nothing formal, I don't think, but
But they are definitely looking at it.
Yeah.
They
And then I have one other question. So the short environmental assessment form was for both projects,
No, I believe it was just for the ballroom.
just for the ballroom?
We would have, I would think, we would have submitted one for the the main Danforth building back a year ago as part of the application, right?
Does that happen at just building level?
Oh, look at 583-825.
Oh, maybe.
I don't think so because
I didn't think that happened at
it
building
wasn't
level,
a
but that's,
planning application, it was a
Mhm.
building
Yeah.
permit, so
Mhm.
no.
Yeah.
It's not part of your building permit.
so do we
application.
need
Not unless
to
it goes to
dot
planning.
i's, cross t's? Do we need a,
I hate
I
to be
mean,
the
well,
voice from
you know, like we gotta have a full application.
So I just wanted to mention, so sorry to jump in. In the past, our former I guess before us, building department required a short environmental assessment form.
Oh, okay.
Wasn't exactly clear, but they always did just in case, I guess. So
Okay.
their form, it's actually right behind you. They did
Oh,
submit it,
awesome.
so it was
Oh,
part
for
of the
the
record.
previous, for the,
For the yes,
Okay.
for the prior work. So
Second
that
floor?
good.
yeah.
Okay.
All right,
Okay, good.
Good
All right.
question.
Good to know.
I've learned something.
And anything, who did the work in the park there?
Oh, I don't know.
I think it was, I don't think any real work was done. I think it was just cut off, they just
They,
fenced it off while they were doing the.
Oh, yeah, they might have put
exterior.
safety barriers in.
While we have you here,
I didn't do anything. I'm.
no, I know. Wait, and are you the engineer or
Yeah,
you the?
yeah, I work with architects, yes.
Okay. Just as a thought here for the board. So technically that's a town park, right? That's a town park that's consistently used by Danfords, okay? And I remember Lee saying that it's not really that well kept up. Perhaps Danfords takes ownership of the park because if they're going to use it,
Oh, that's
The
that's
alienation.
parkland alienation. Even when they put the
no, but can
the
they?
the
You could do a
Then-
license
the fences
agreement.
up, that was parkland
Just type
alienation.
of
That was
license
probably
agreement.
Okay,
illegal
so
To do the whole
can we
park.
do something?
You can't
Danforth
just
has the
block
area
a
with the
park
outside
off
tables, but
without going
Yeah,
through.
They
yeah.
didn't block
the rest of
access
the
to
area
park.
is kind
They
of like,
blocked
you know, they got benches.
they blocked people being able to access their property from the park.
The whole park was blocked off.
The whole park
What
was
do you mean? They
blocked
came in-
off.
they put a-
fenced off.
they
Off,
put a-
all the way to the
I-
street.
Thing was
They
fenced
blocked
off.
the park
Yeah.
off, and that's
Okay.
parkland
I think it's
I don't got
alienation.
anything to
So-
stand on that. That
I
doesn't
think
make
I
any
went by it
sense.
today. I thought it was open.
Oh, no. it's
It
been
could
open
be.
now.
I think everything was down.
It is now.
Yeah.
I
I guess what I'm trying-
Wants to take the pictures.
So,
The lawyer can parkland alienation is the physical taking of any public park for any non-public use, or the potential. If you have a comprehensive plan that says this will be a park in the future, and you want to do something else with it, that's parkland alienation.
No, I'm not, no argument
Yeah.
here. I didn't realize they fenced
So-
up the entire park.
you know, putting tables
That's
there,
crazy.
which happen all summer long.
Yeah.
I guess what I'm trying to say, I didn't,
yes, you're
I
right.
didn't realize that a private property couldn't take over.
No.
Okay, so then something needs to happen.
Yeah.
Because-
They have to stop.
I mean, there
putting
might
tables in the
be
park.
a license agree, I mean, I doubt it, but there might be a license agreement with the town because.
Town, you're right, just like there was with the.
So
Yeah,
can we
that's the
include
town
that
park
in this
property.
application? Can we
It's
include
it's
that
part of the whole thing.
documentation?
I don't know. Is it the
Sorry?
whole thing
That's the town park, not a village
Town,
park.
Brookhaven.
That's what
The
we
whole thing
hear.
is town of Brookhaven? Is the whole
But
property
I
town?
think one of the fairs that the village held, they put some of the displays there. So,
Then, you know,
but it wasn't Danfords, is what I'm saying.
fine, but then the village shouldn't.
The
do that
village
either-
shouldn't
either.
do that either,
Well,
yes.
if it's a recreational
Yeah, then it's fine.
use, that's different.
Yeah, if you get a
If
permit
you're
from the
putting
town.
in tables so people can eat, it gets a little, especially if it's a private restaurant,
Mm.
They must have some, I would imagine, I could check with
Well,
Brookhaven, but they must have some
I
sort of
just-
IMA or license agreement or something with the
So,
town
what-
for those, where the area where they have the tables.
so is it
They've kind of
okay?
expanded them out a little bit since
Yeah.
the last 4 or 5.
So is it okay to ask for that documentation as part of this?
so we have it for the record.
Sorry to
When they
put you on
set
the
up-
hot seat.
This, I think this past summer, when they first set up the summer, they actually had like the reception area kind of blocking off your ability to kind of walk, because I always walk around
Right.
through the park and then along the back and that was blocked off.
So what documentation are we looking for?
Just say if you have a license agreement or any kind of
An
agreement with the
agreement
town
with
of
town of
Brookhaven,
Brookhaven to
put
use
it,
any
put
of
it
that.
for the tables, It's just, the rest of it.
So then one other thing, just to bring up for the board's edification, the jetty building, is replacing the stairs. So this is across the street, the westward facing, kind of like where the Baker's Alley free parking is. No, one
that
more,
part of
one
this?
more, one more
Oh,
further
Danford,
east
so-
for Danford's, their jetty building. We gave them an emergency permit to replace the stairs leading to those rooms. They were rusted out, they were in bad shape. We decided it didn't need to go before the planning board because it was just replacing like in kind.
Okay.
It's halted though at the moment, from what I've heard, because there's no footings under those posts. Did they come back to you?
No, they
Yes?
didn't actually.
Oh, you might
I
want
had
to follow
Rich,
up
no,
with
I had
them.
Rich follow up with them, and
Yeah.
they never got back to us what
Oh,
they're doing.
okay. They've shored up with a framed wall, so, nothing falls. But it's sort of been at a standstill now for about 3 weeks or maybe 4 weeks. Totally rotted out. I mean, it's bad. It was blocked off. They weren't using it. And apparently they're also planning on taking 4 rooms and combining them into 2.
You had mentioned that. and
Yeah,
you brought that to
so-
their attention too, and I forget their response, but
All right,
I'll get you,
follow
I'll
up
get you
with
an answer.
coordinator too.
All right. And what else were we going to talk about? Fees?
You wanted an update?
I think so, right? That's what we talked about in the beginning. We said we'd do it at the end.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Fees?
We can let this
Yeah.
gentleman go.
That doesn't include me, right?
No.
No.
All right.
Not unless you
Thank you.
want
Your
to pay
fee
the
just
fee.
tripled.
Appreciate your time. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Thanks for waiting.
Okay, so the table of fees, 250 attachment 1 of the village code hasn't been updated in 5 years. So,
Can we put it up?
no, I don't want to put it up yet. I just want to give you an overview because the Board of Trustees hasn't seen the fees yet, and I haven't had a discussion yet with the mayor, so we're meeting with the attorney tomorrow on it. But basically, we are proposing raising fees, eliminating fees, creating fees. So one of the things we're hoping to do for both the planning board and the zoning board is to add in some sort of as-built fees. If you've done the work without going to planning, there's a loophole, especially for ZBA. You can present a conforming project because you want to do it now. And then you can do it however you want in the field and then come to the zoning board for your variances, and there's no penalty for that.
Yeah, there should be.
So, one of the things that might apply to planning and your opinions would be greatly appreciated is when pre-subs come before the planning board, a lot of work is done by staff that it's almost the same amount of work as a full application. So we're looking to charge for that for both residential and commercial. If they then do end up submitting a full application, that pre-fee gets deducted, so there's
Okay.
really no change. It just covers the work the staff's done
makes
for
sense,
the
yeah.
pre-subs that never make it to full
Mhm.
site plan.
Okay.
We
That
don't want to
makes sense.
penalize people and charge them more and make it more onerous, but that's why we had the thought to deduct the fees.
Okay, so let me just repeat what you said.
Okay.
So people are thinking of doing something on their property, and they come and talk to you and say, well, how does this work? How much is this going to cost? Blah, 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 blah. And you tell them, and they go, oh my God, that's out of my budget, and they walk away. They're still paying for that consultation?
No. So if they come in front of you, they're paying.
Oh, in front of
It's
us?
still free to come to staff and have a meeting in the conference room or wherever and get all the free advice you want.
Mhm.
When they come before you, we do staff reports in some cases
Yeah.
for it. We,
Makes a lot of
Yeah.
sense.
right, there's a lot of work, there's as a meeting, there's costs associated with the meeting, so if they, so, for instance,
Yeah.
311 Barnum came before us, the vet wanted to see if he could do it.
Mhm.
If he decides he never wants to build it, he doesn't buy it, it falls
I was
through.
shocked he came before us and he didn't even own the property.
Right, yeah.
We actually get a decent amount of that because people a lot of contracts are, I guess, based on if you can get approval. So,
But
Mhm.
100%,
Yeah.
that is a
You're gonna
perfect example
see
of they need to pay a fee
Mary
for that.
Haven, so Beechwood's contract vendee for They don't
Catholic
own
Hill.
it yet,
Yeah, for
right?
Catholic Hill.
So you'll see
Okay.
that one probably next month, you know?
Yeah.
and-
Yeah.
Yeah,
Gotta talk to
so,
them.
But I can understand doing that because you want to find out if it's a viable thing to do.
Of course.
By
Right.
the building.
But then you need to, there needs to be skin in the game. You have to pay for it to
Right.
get to this
So
point.
what kind of,
we
how
were
much are
thinking,
we talking
we
about?
were proposing 300
all I
for
got.
residential and 500 for commercial. Because commercial, you know, there's more work involved in that, and then if they do come for full site plan, it gets deducted.
I like that process.
Yeah.
Oh,
Yeah.
That makes
good stuff.
sense.
So, and the
Yeah.
other thing, I don't know if we can talk to those deposit of fill,
A cut
carding,
fill?
cut and fill. Yeah,
Yeah.
there's fees on the fee sheet, right? For $4 per cubic foot, and for the deposit, it's $2 per cubic foot. I can't find anything in the village code that points directly to that. Why do we do that? Like,
To
because
prevent them from,
Remember that?
because all other municipalities have cut and fill
okay,
fees. So if we don't have it in the code, it should be in the code.
okay,
And then two, it's
in
so
the
that
fee code, but
you
it's not-
minimize how much. So if nobody has a cut and fill, they're just going to do whatever they
Oh, I
want.
see what
There's
you're
no
saying.
fee
So
involved.
it minimizes
they can just-
grading and okay,
Right.
perfect.
So
okay.
it kind of limits, it's another way
So-
of limiting what people, another way for us to have the bite at the apple.
Right.
Mhm.
So right now it's $4 and $2. So do you think those fees are
Per cubic
$4
foot?
a
per
cubic
cubic
foot?
foot?
The neighboring municipalities.
80, no,
Wait a minute.
$80 a cubic foot. Is that right?
Did
How
you look
much
for
work
those?
would it be?
No,
what
when the research was done back in August, that wasn't assessed.
I would say take an example and how much time would be involved on your part to do that review or that work, and then base it on a general salary. Because if you ever need to go to court, you're not looking to make money for the village. You're basically looking to get reimbursed for your services.
right.
Right, not yours, but in
Right.
general. So, it just has to have some kind of logic behind it, so the court, so it's not arbitrary.
Okay.
That's all I would say. Right, what a real cost might be.
One more time?
That's probably for any of the fees. I think
Yeah,
that's a smart.
yeah, we've been,
Yeah.
well, yeah, one of the things I'm trying to do is create minimum fees across the board. Like signs right now are $4 a square foot, and you could have a 3 square foot sign, so you're only paying us, doesn't cover staff.
As long as you
Yeah.
have some calculation just justifies that amount
Yeah,
of
but
fee.
That's a good point.
Yeah,
Yeah.
many years ago, the person who was determining these fees were pulling the information from the Hamptons.
Okay,
And they had
That's
to
different.
rework,
Yeah.
because the permit
It's a
fee
whole
was actually
different-
more than the cost to put up a deck,
right.
was one thing. So you
Right.
seriously,
Never know.
you
Yeah.
know, so they had to go back and say,
Ours are
"Oops."
based on a cost per square footage, so it's 0.5% of the construction cost or a minimum of $200.
Okay.
So a house, say that is 2,000 square feet at $200 a square foot comes out to about $2,000 for their
That's
permit
Smithtown?
fee. Huh?
That's Smithtown?
No, that's here. Smithtown did, Smithtown was interesting. Smithtown had a base fee of 300 and change. They keep raising their fees. Then they had a cost per square footage of either 42 cents or 52 cents. And then they had a plumbing fee. So 2 fixtures was $50, and then it was like an additional $25 a fixture. Then if you had a fireplace, there was a fee. If you had a gas, there was a pressure test fee. There were fees for each heating unit. They actually, I think, are one of the most expensive fees going building
Smithtown.
department wise.
Sounds like Smithtown.
Yeah.
Yeah,
So a
that's
house
crazy.
could cost you 7-8 grand for your building permit fee. You know,
Idea, and I also like neighboring
Yeah,
municipalities,
yeah.
what okay to do.
Yeah.
There's Poquat
Parker
too.
did a very extremely
Out there.
comprehensive thing, and then he went back and helped me out and did another, added more towns for solar. We're also trying to look to add certain fees like EV charger fees and energy storage system fees, because now those are becoming more prevalent. We're trying to add fees for commercial solar, because now in the new code, in the new energy code, commercial buildings have to have some kind of renewable energy on
Yeah.
site. And then there's 4 exceptions, depending on how much shade is up there. And then if you make those 4 exceptions, then now instead of having it on site, there's this list of how to provide your renewable energy to the site. So, you know, you could have green tariffs, you could have an actual off-site ground array, you could buy energy credits from somebody. It's
Wind turbine on your roof.
yeah. So I foresee a whole new business starting. You know, companies that supply energy credits by having wind farms or solar farms or.
Who sets the fee? Is that the Board of Trustees?
Yes.
Yeah.
I'm trying to think if there's anything else that's being added that might be of interest.
Is it okay after you present it to the trustees? Do you mind emailing it?
Yeah, you know what? I can check with the clerk tomorrow and see if it's all right if we share the fees.
Just
I
so
was
that we
originally
can
told
see.
just to share it with the attorney and the clerk for now and the mayor, but I can ask that definitely. Absolutely.
But sometimes these things can just be like the Smithtown, so overwhelming that it's like, well, time to move. That
Yeah.
kind of thing.
Although Smithtown supposedly does offset the property taxes with the taxes from the industrial park. I mean,
Small industrial park they have.
it's the huge industrial park, but I mean, the taxes, because I used to see the tax reports, I mean, on some of those buildings were like $800,000 a year.
Yeah.
You know,
Yeah,
I
they're
don't.
still charging fees to the.
Yeah.
Yeah, but commercial
Okay.
fees in Smithtown.
Well,
are
thank you.
substantial. You're welcome.
Yeah.
So-
And I have another question. Do we still have a parking committee?
Yes.
Yes, we do.
We do. Is it possible to ask them, because I don't want to burden you guys, but here we have another apartment building being proposed. I know it's a de-intensification use, but we have all these, just like
I
Lee was
think-
saying, we have all these spaces, right, associated kind of amorphously with different properties. I'm just curious, do we actually have all the spaces that we're hypothetically saying are used in the ba ba da ba?
Very much.
You know,
Yeah.
the paid for parking
So-
is supposed to buy land to create spaces.
Yeah.
We're
Just
supposed to
like
go
the
into
farm.
a
Build the garage.
fund,
But, yeah.
but if you
I
ask
think they're
anyone in the
still
village,
working
I
that
don't know
out.
that they know that they're where the fund is. So I don't know where the money's been going lately, but I think in the past, I don't,
What is
I
the
think it was
pilot?
even more.
Is it 4,000
confusing.
space? Is it a definitive number?
It's
They
65 for the C1 and it's 4,500 for the C2.
It was just set,
Yeah.
right? It
Huh?
was just,
It was just set, it was
just,
raised.
And we
Parkland is
can't
also
waive
raised.
people from, so it used to be we were allowed to waive
Yeah.
people, so.
Now it's just pile up technically. in the
Yeah,
code.
So
It's
like
not even
it's
varied,
just-
it's-
yeah.
It's,
We're
yeah.
gonna force that the applicant here in the corner, with, they had to pay pile up for 31 spaces times 4,500.
It's a lot of money.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And couldn't the trustees vary the, or is it set in stone now? Because they used
So
to.
they set it in stone, but they every once in a while they'll reconsider it. They'll raise it. You know, they did it recently with Parkland. A couple of the fees are raised. So Pile Up, Parkland. I think it was just those two for right now, but were raised recently. But
Yeah, pile up, I seem to recall two different numbers, one being gonna make it up 900, the other one being about 4,000.
yeah.
And it was the discretion of the
Yeah.
board to say, okay, this is a small business, but they're looking for a couple spots. Let's not whack them.
Oh wow.
But that,
Okay.
I don't know if that still holds.
Now it's by
Yeah.
district. Yeah, there's
Can
a
you
rate for.
forward around where that, is it in the E code now?
It's not E code, but we should have the resolution somewhere. I'm pretty sure. So yeah, we
It
can
looked like
forward.
E code, it was there.
Yeah, it's not in the code. It's technically it's pile ups in the code, but the actual rate of pile up is I think it says that's determined by
The
Board of
village
Trustees.
trustees.
Yeah. So that's how it is. We have the most recent resolution. For some reason, I'm thinking 6,000, 4,500. I'm thinking it's around.
I think that sounds right.
Yeah.
That's what it looked.
But I don't know if they ever implemented that, you know.
I don't think it went
talking
that
about-
high yet because who just paid pile up? It's in the C2, the Porch of Commons building, Conifer too. They just paid pile up, but it was the
Because
C2.
I guess, my concern is the spaces aren't there, right? And then I think what we're doing is by giving these, I don't think there's an answer for this. I'm just saying that. But this apartment building, the new apartments on the corner, if I was living there, I'd park on South Street or I'd park on Prospect. Like I would go now into the residential
Right.
areas and I would park on those streets. So I'm just concerned that we're creating, and those are people who are going to, so when it was office, they could park on those side streets because people that are in their houses aren't home. And then when the people come home, then they leave and then, so it worked well. But now, I mean, if I lived there and I I couldn't find like, why would I want to cross?
Someone's always parking in front of my house that lives 2 blocks away. I get what you're saying now. But
Because they'll be parking at the same time.
Are they grandfathered in with pilot?
Could they get a village parking pass and
not,
park
then you
down
charge
behind the old
them.
post?
Yeah, but of course they can.
Yeah.
But I guess what I'm saying is,
What's the zoning for that?
if I lived there,
You'd
where
wanna
would I
close
park?
the spot. You'd want to be closer. And why go up
So we
those
might have
whole
to say
steps
you
on a
have to do
snowy,
31
icy
spaces
day?
times 4,500?
Well,
Yeah.
theoretically, or you can consider the grandfathered in. They do have like, I think it's 24 overall grandfathered in. Then there was, so.
But this is, but I guess what I'm saying is it's different parking spaces. It's like, it's a different,
Yeah.
Yeah,
it's a
times
different
of the
use.
day.
And I get that
do-
it's a de-intensification, but it's a different time of use.
True.
I
So,
understand.
When was the last time the village did a parking utilization study?
24, with the comprehensive plan was the last time. Actually, I don't know.
2014?
It was done for the comprehensive
Yes,
plan.
it
It might
was
have been
done.
done since. I don't.
Did it
That
do
was
just
a
the
long
lots, or
time
did it
ago.
do the surrounding side streets?
We
Time
haven't
Bay?
yet. I do know with the new. I don't know if you heard about this place area AI data we have. They are trying to analyze the Parker. They are trying to analyze kind of the demand. We have data that can now tell you it's not perfect, but it usually tells you like an anonymized cell phone data, the use rate of different parking lots at different times of the year. We can focus it on all the parking lots to understand, are they actually being used? What time of year are they intensive? All that kind of information. It's really useful for us. Parker's kind of been appointed our village contact for it, so we're actually currently working on that. So something hopefully we can inform you all with in the future too.
okay.
Yeah.
To back,
I'd just be curious, those side streets you're talking about.
Because we can see that too.
Hill.
Spain is
Focus
actually
on-
pretty good.
Yeah.
There's plenty of parking.
no,
I was
that's
trying
Maybe
to
past
like-
like 10 o'clock.
I think back to Laura's original question,
Every
which
time I
was,
want to go eat over there, I can't park.
Yeah.
your original question was to how the PILAP was being used to create more parking. I think that's still, Jim, correct me if I'm wrong, but it's still being decided, right? How the PILAP's being used to potentially create more parking.
Yeah.
It's still being
Yeah.
discussed.
They're trying to allocate it, but
Originally, they were
If
looking
you're
for.
paying a pile-up, shouldn't it go to a fund?
Shouldn't be a dedicated
Yeah.
fund.
that's what
for
it's
it.
Yeah,
supposed
it's
to be.
supposed to
So where, I'm curious, where does that money go? When someone-
We don't know. We just,
They pay their 4,500.
Paying for pilot.
General fund, I mean.
But, so I want to talk about the overlay on C2.
oh, okay.
I was just gonna ask about. Did you want to bring that up?
So what are we, what overlay are we just talking?
Where, on the C2, they had this overlay, and correct me if I'm wrong, where, the area, on the east side of Main Street had, here we go, the C2 overlay, so
Burger
it's
Street.
different
He's the best.
uses, right? That's there, but the Dr. Mendelssohn's old building, which is between Walnut and Oakland.
Yes.
Can you circle where we're like?
You're the C2 PO right now.
So that's,
C2 professional office.
yeah.
Yeah.
Okay.
Is that the railroad track?
Yeah. The
Yeah,
railroad's
yeah,
right there.
Okay, so you have Walnut Street, which is see the bottom C2 that,
We need to make this.
Yeah, I know.
geez, let me get
Yeah.
there. Hard to-
It's the goal.
At my height, I might not be able to reach out.
There's a chair you can stand on.
Well, yeah, I was gonna say, but
Okay. Is this Walnut?
Walnut's there.
Okay, here's Walnut. Here's Oakland.
Yep.
Okay. Dr. Mendelssohn's building is somewhere in there. Chris H. wants to make it into an apartment building.
Yes.
And he's being told that he has to have on the bottom floor a 15-foot height.
Oh, yeah.
Yes.
In case
Right.
it goes to retail and
Do you want to
Yes.
bring up
You know,
that part of the
it's
code?
a lit.
I thought that was only on Main Street.
So, well, hold on. That's
No,
Oh,
you're right.
oh,
'cause
sorry,
That's
Mona.
what he said.
He's
He
right.
said that's supposed to be only on Main Street.
Oh no. That's-
And North Country Road.
So
Yeah.
The
here's a
15-foot height.
so here's the thing. The way the code currently reads, the C2, both the C2 overlays, so that's the R overlay and the O overlay, adopt all the permitted uses and conditional uses of the C2 district. And it's the multiple family C2 district, so I think it's 13. No, it's not. I don't know what the number is. 7. That's it. That's the regulations that tend to apply, and that includes that 15-foot ceiling height. So that's anywhere. Yeah, but it says considering include but are not limited to. We've talked about it has to include. Jim and I spoke about this in the past, and has to include at least at a minimum those 4 standards, and then anything
And
else
we
the
could
board.
add things.
Yeah,
It's
you
our
can't reduce
judgment.
it, but you
So when you have 15 feet,
could. Yeah.
okay, and Walnut is higher than Oakland.
Yeah.
This, what I always thought was we want to see these buildings upscale. But things like that is like a brick wall.
Yeah.
So what are his options?
So right.
I'm not sure, how does this apply if he's on Walnut and Oakland, not on Main
Yeah, 'cause
or
we
North
didn't-
Country
We
Road?
didn't make Conifer do that on the
Hold on.
side road.
Because the
Right.
conifers don't have the 15 feet. from
Yeah,
what
we
I
didn't make them
understand.
do that because I thought it
No,
was
so
only.
They have it on the, they
Well,
have
no,
it on
so
the first floor,
Multiple
don't they?
dwellings aren't.
Not on.
The dance
No,
studio's
they're-
not 15-foot floor height? I thought it was.
Not on.
Oh, not on the side street, no.
Yeah.
No.
This is a side street.
Yeah, I know, that's why.
So no, so
I know we,
I'm sorry.
go
I'm
ahead.
gonna-
No, you go.
Yeah. So what I was gonna say is, so technically the way the code right, it says you can.
Shall not be permitted on Main Street nor on North Country Road. Sorry to interrupt.
No, you're fine. I'm on. Yeah, they're not permitted on Main Street, North Country Road, but it does say after that factors, they're allowed as a
considered by the
conditional
board.
use, as long as they allow the future conversion to retail, and that's anywhere in the district. So you can't have them on Main Street, North Country Road, but anywhere in the district to consider conditional use subject to those 4 standards. It's very.
It's now been set
it's-
with Conifer?
So, well, that's the thing. It wasn't, I don't think strictly, the interpretation's been very all over the place in the past. It hasn't really been, we're really, right, we're reading it now as this is the strict interpretation of the code. These are those requirements. I think we've talked about it and we've talked to the applicants about it. And it's like, I don't think us as staff are even opposed to getting variances for that standard because it's probably outdated. I think there's code changes probably required for this section because to reflect what really, what their intent was.
Because are we? Yeah, I don't read it that way, but
Oh, I think
Yeah.
this
Well-
whole thing pertains to the C2, doesn't it?
It
The whole-
does.
The top.
Yeah, this
So
is
it's-
the seats, but
So it says in multiple dwellings
if,
are permitted in C, you can do it
Conditional.
in C2 if you allow future conversion to a retail
Exactly.
use.
and they can't be on Main Street. or
So
North Country
all
Road.
those things below are elsewhere in C2, theoretically. But I don't think, I mean, really, it should only apply to Main Street and North Country Road.
North Country Road, right, and it even
We need to
says-
rewrite that.
The way it's currently.
That's not how it's
We
written.
need to rewrite that.
There is talk about rehabbing the C1 and the C2 codes.
In the
so
judgment.
it's-
which
C2
is
is a
what
big
I'm
issue.
trying to
It's
get.
not in
Yeah.
the list.
I'm
at
sorry.
the
Well,
moment.
Yeah.
Sorry, go ahead.
Yeah.
I know, but
But even that first provision, 250, what were we talking about? 250.
Yep. 219.1, so that's the 30% thing we were talking about. I don't know. That's why I brought it up because
I know.
him and I have been talking about this back and forth for like,
Yeah.
1A, it's like,
that's it.
why, what's the purpose?
You don't want to scroll that.
But I
further?
think it was
30%
supposed
The
to.
retail code.
So
Uh,
if you read the
250
comp plan,
go up
the comp
to
plan is so specific about wanting
A1.
retail or commercial use on the first floor.
Mm-hmm.
And they thought, hey, that's what we have in C1, so let's copy
There it is.
code. So literally C1 and C2 is a copy of C1, except they added restaurant as allowed. It's not conditional use uptown. That's the only difference, but they copied and pasted. So we've never had a problem in C1 with anyone fighting us on the use of the first floor. Okay, so they figured, what's the big deal? We'll just copy and paste it because we've never had a problem before. Then we gave permission on one project
North?
at where Cappy's used to be, and we allowed
Oh, downtown.
non-commercial use,
Oh.
and that
That
has
could
now
work.
opened this door. But that's why it was kind of, it's a little vague, but the intent was exactly what we have in C1. Okay, no one would bat an eye about, no, it has to be retail, it has to be commercial use on the first floor. Never a pushback.
But here we
Now
have
we have a
piece of-
pushback.
Yeah, but here we have a piece of property that is not on
I'm not
Main
talking
Street.
about, I'm not
Yeah,
talking about
no,
your
no,
property.
But try to solve this.
Oakland.
Well, try to give this guy a direction to go.
Yeah, we're having a problem. Yeah, we
Yeah.
need a direction
And
because that's.
if we can, the way that he said, if he doesn't have to meet that 15-foot requirement, he's good.
Yeah.
How, and he said, and I haven't
I don't know that we
verified
should be
this.
talking to you personally,
Well,
and
what
then
can
you
I
coming
say?
Yeah.
here.
Yes.
So let's just generalize it. It's not this, we're
Right.
not
No,
talking
it
about
should
one
be general.
application.
Well, it is general,
are
right?
not.
It is because I mean,
But I keep on coming back to, this was meant for Main Street and North Country Road, and this is Oakland Avenue and Walnut.
So perhaps this is another trustee, hey, what's the intent?
yeah. The only caveat to it is it does say there's no apartments allowed on Main Street or North Country Road at all on
Yeah,
the ground
right,
floor.
Exactly.
again,
But then if
this
there
is-
are on the ground floor, it has to have the future conversion to retail.
Yes,
But
which is
again, this-
realistic.
But I think that's off the road though.
Right,
I don't.
this
I
is
don't know
Oak-
though. I don't
but
know.
this is Oakland and
I think
Walnut.
a
That
precedent's been set
that
with Conifer.
should not
no?
apply to this.
I don't know if it
area.
was correct, Conifer. Because Conifer also calls it a three-story building in the
Ugh,
back.
don't even.
That's what I'm saying.
That's not.
I'm,
Don't,
no,
I'm gonna start.
I'm just. I'm sorry. I
We
didn't
have
bring it up. I just said
PTSD
that's why I don't
from
want to use that as precedent because I know there's been.
I think though we
Actually-
should, after last meeting, the word retail, I'm surprised you didn't.
We need to
ban it.
define retail. Also, we don't have a definition. I wish we did.
I think we should just call it commercial use. Just
we
change it
call
all together.
active use in the. I like active.
But anyway, this. Where does he go? Is the question.
So we were telling him variances. That's what we were saying because he didn't meet that conditional use standard. So we said it needs a variance, but it was one that staff was not against. It was one that we were pretty much like, this makes sense.
Probably need a variance for something else anyway.
He does. He needs other variances too. So we're like, it'll
Yeah.
be one of the ones considered.
But definitely food for thought in terms of if we're gonna
Oh, I
if we're
agree,
gonna
'cause-
ask the trustees to firm up the code in terms of commercial use on the first floor, they could address this as
Yeah.
well.
Yeah.
Because again, I don't think it's for us necessarily as the however many people are here to make this decision, right?
No,
of what exactly is the intent.
Yeah.
Well, even the 30%, 30% of what? Main Street.
Devoted to retail sales, which again is a stupid way of putting it. It should be commercial use.
Yeah.
Well, because right now I think it was the way I talked to what I said to Jim, and I don't know how right this is. I always thought when I originally read this was that it was talking about accessory services within retail spaces. So like say you have a retail.
Because that's how it reads.
It reads
here.
exactly like that.
But
Yeah, exactly.
the
That's what,
intent
yeah.
is that
No, I know.
you
Yeah.
will have commercial use on the first floor and the accessory use of that use. Okay, so the accessory, so it's like if you have a bank, right, and you have offices, they can only be 30% of the total
Exactly.
square footage of that. But then for
exactly.
the multi-use, the multi-family dwelling,
That's where it gets great.
it's the accessory use is of that, of the building.
Is in a retail.
So they need, if you go
So what is
down,
30%
there's a, so where we need to amend it is if you go down and you talk about the mixed-use buildings,
Not yet.
it needs to be delineated there. And listen, I'm not, this isn't my forte. I'm not a code, like I had a minor in urban studies and plan. But where it's mixed use
Yeah.
in this, so if you go down,
Which I also want to talk about that one too. If you go to 13.
if you go to
Oh no, permitted use Parker. It's permitted and it's 13. So go to
yeah, keep going.
it's a permitted use. There it is, 13. Mixed use dwelling
yeah.
elements.
So it's there that we need to talk about. So it says mixed use developments with permitted use on the ground floor, and all the things above are the permitted use. Okay. And a dwelling unit or a multiple dwelling on the above floors. Okay, so the permitted use is on the ground floor.
That blows Eric Russo right out of the water.
Well, hang on. So what I'm saying, the comp plan intended is
Yeah.
that in a mixed-use development, the accessory uses for a mixed-use development, their rental office, their, no, things that have to be on the first floor, their,
Mailbox.
well, no, I'm talking about what would potentially be on the first floor, anything like that can only be 30%, and it has to be hidden. It can't be on Main Street.
That's the way I read it too.
But it needs to be in 13.
Why would it have to
Distinctly.
be hidden if it's the lobby? The lobby has to be
Because
visible.
the idea is that the first floor on Main Street or North Country is supposed to be devoted to commercial use. So if you have a huge chunk of space that's only for the mixed-use dwellings, their accessory use, then that's a dead space that's not accessible to. They could have a hallway leading to the back that's their use, but the front is supposed to be my reading of the comp plan, right? But again, I'm not the one that, I think it's the trustees who
Well, was
ultimately
this- was this-
decide.
Well,
Were these code provisions, did they come out of the comp plan or were they?
yes.
They
They,
were-
they,
All
they,
this came out of the
oh,
comp plan?
yes, many,
Well-
not the retail one, I don't, but the mixed use.
I think it came out of the.
Well,
I don't
it
think so.
did.
Well, the
So
mixed use
the
did.
mixed
The mixed-
use did.
Yeah.
Was
They-
I on that committee? Were you on
The
that
mixed use?
committee, right?
For a while, yeah.
Yeah, so,
Oh, really?
well,
Section
that's,
of the code.
Came
hey,
out.
wait a minute.
Oh, the
If
second
you
was there. It
read
was the mixed
comp
use
plan,
development, I
it's
think, was new.
so explicit about
Andy said that.
commercial use.
He's
on
probably
the
right.
That's what he used to tell me.
Well, there was a
100%.
provision done as late as
Well, hold on, but
2019.
would you
and the comp
agree
plan
that
was
in C1, we don't
Yeah.
allow,
So maybe, but it doesn't
We
like,
only
indicate
allow-
which part of the code
Because
was
we had, like,
changed.
Yeah, because I was
Yeah.
saying that to Dan the other day, all those, the legislative history, it gives you legislative history, it gives you the dates of when the local laws were changed, but doesn't
We
give you
should
the
find
actual
that.
local
We
laws
should
or any
make it-
kind of legislative history.
all I'm proposing, take it or leave it, is that part of 13 specifically says that the accessory use to the mixed-use development shall be limited in some way. It can't be the whole first floor. It has to be a percentage of the first floor.
Yeah, that's
And
fine.
I still
Repeat it there.
And I'll
Yeah.
die on the hill that it needs to be off Main Street. It can be on the first floor, but it shouldn't front Main Street. But
Yeah.
and that's where it needs to be specified. Is
So,
Okay.
so
You're
here's
saying
my,
30%.
well, I'm sorry.
No.
I feel bad. I know it's
No, I
late.
think we're going around in circles.
No, I
here.
just, no, I just want to ask one last thing,
Typically
and then,
applies to the accessory use.
so,
Interesting reading of that.
so
well,
the,
because think of C1. Do we allow accessory uses on Main Street?
We still in the meeting.
Yeah.
we are
Looking to
talking-
wrap up.
yeah.
Let's wrap it
We'll wrap up
anyway.
really quick. The only thing is, I just want to say, there are two applicants, there, I'm not gonna, without using names, who are still pending, in the.
I heard from
Okay, be back to
another
you.
land use lawyer that you're allowed to change the code and they still have to abide by it. Plus,
Okay.
they already knew where our
But-
intention was.
So they're gonna be resubmitting, I just don't know if they should come back before the board, or, right, I guess we have to work about, just going,
To
you know who, the two big
apartment
developments down,
buildings uptown.
that are being proposed right now. There have active applications, one's going through the whole secret process, so that one's gonna be automatically come back.
And
It's the other
never-
one that's, we just,
Never in all of our discussions have we ever said, "Oh yeah, you can do whatever you want." They've
No, I
always
know.
known where we were.
They know the intent, yeah.
okay. As long as as long as the board is firm on that, because we expressed it to them, but we also said we're gonna talk to council, so if that's the
Yeah.
firm
Well,
opinion, then,
Bye, everybody.
Yeah, it's okay. See you then.
all right. Thank
right.
you, guys. I'm
Motion
sorry.
to adjourn?
Yeah, we can.
motion.
Second?
Second.
All in favor?